discuss this meeting in particular and our desire to have a more robust and in-depth conversation with our colleagues on Bessie. We know that our work collectively to educate the people of Louisiana is best accomplished when we collaborate, when we act seamlessly, when we focus 100% of our attention on student outcomes. So today, I hope all of us will engage fully in the conversation, that we will listen carefully, we will ask probing questions, and be thoughtful in thinking of how we can work collectively to improve our educational landscape. Members and staff, remember to use your microphones so that everyone in the audience and online can hear you clearly. We will begin with a roll call, and I will ask Carolyn Blanchard to roll call.
Regent Adley. Here. Regent Chabert.
Here.
Regent David.
Here.
Regent Ewing.
Here.
Regent Kinney.
Here.
Regent Levy.
Here.
Regent Lipsy.
Here.
Regent Markle. Regent McDonald.
Here.
Regent Meyer. Regent Perez. Here. Regent Pryor is absent. Regent Seal.
Here.
Regent Temple is absent. Regent Tennyson.
Present.
And Regent Wyatt is absent. The Board of Regents does have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now have a roll call for Bessie by Mrs. Shannon Rawson.
Not in attendance, Mr. Clark. Ms. Holloway. Present. Dr. Jones.
Here.
Ms. Lewis. Not in attendance, Ms. Orange Jones. Present. Mr. Rock.
Present.
Dr. Thompson.
Present.
Ms. Boucher. Not in attendance. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Members, you've received a copy of the June 20th, 2018 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved.
And a second, any discussion? Any opposition? That motion passes. We now are upon item 4, the Kevin P. Riley Sr. Louisiana Educational Quality Trust Fund 2018 Annual Report by Chief Investment Officer for State Treasurer John Schroeder, Mr. John Broussard, and State Treasury Investment Officer Amy Matthews. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us again. Treasurer sends his apologies, but he is traveling today. The LEQTF was established in 1986 to improve the quality of education in the state. Since its inception, it has delivered $1.722 billion to Bessie and Regents to better the education in Louisiana. We call it LEQTF. Within Bessie, it's known as the 8G, and Board of Regents calls it the Board of Regents Support Fund, or BORSF. So, in 1984, we settled the litigation with the federal government over the royalties on the continental shelf. It called for them providing us with money for past splits of the royalties. In 1986, the voters of Louisiana passed the constitutional amendment establishing LEQTF. In 1987, the federal government delivered $540 million that was deposited into the trust fund. By 2004, the trust fund had passed a $1 billion market value. By 2005, the allocation to Bessie and Regents had increased past $1 billion, and now it stands that we have allocated earnings from the trust fund to Bessie and Regents that exceeds $1.72 billion. Okay, the basics of it is that the permanent fund, the investment portfolio, receives and holds 25% of earnings from investments and royalties and 75% of all the capital gains and losses. The support fund, which is split between Bessie and Regents, receives 75% of the earnings from investment income and royalty income, and 25% of the capital gains and losses. Okay, in fiscal year 17-18, the investment income was $40.6 million. Capital gains and losses were $19.6 million, and royalty income was $6.57 million. The average since inception, investment income was 48.9. Gains and losses average was 9.75, and royalty income since inception has averaged about $20.5 million. Let's see. Total income from all sources. For fiscal year 17-18, it was $66.8 million. The average since inception has been 76.1. The total since inception has been $2.4 billion. Total income to the support fund in fiscal year 17-18 was $40.5 million. The average since inception has been $53.8 million. The total, of course, as we said earlier, was $1.72 billion. Cumulatively to the fund, okay?
Go back to that last slide for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Now, so this year, 17, 18, that was this
Past fiscal year, yes, sir.
$41 million split between Bessie and the Board of Regents.
That is correct.
Do you have in the slide coming up showing the projection for 18, 19?
We don't have a slide showing the projection, but we're going to talk about some things that are going to affect what's going to happen, you know, in what we think is going to happen in this coming fiscal year, and some of which has already happened.
Is the decrease in both funds and the allocation due to the market?
To some extent, mostly due probably to royalties than anything else. Capital gains were larger than average. The investment income is less than average, but the royalties were greatly decreased. And there's a lot of dynamics going on in the oil and gas industry that's affecting that.
Members, can I ask, we allow John and Amy to kind of work through it. If you kind of jot down your questions, we can get back to it, because I think he's going to cover some of the matters that you're asking about.
So cumulatively, the fund got $66.8 million. The average was 76.1. The cumulative to Bessie and Regents was 40.52. The average is 53.8. And cumulative to the permanent fund was 26.3 and averaged, 22.2. So total $2.4 billion was what everything that came into the fund. 1.72 is what billion dollars is what went to Bessie, has gone to Bessie and Regents, and 7.13 is what has been retained in the portfolio. So, growth of market. Basically, the original deposit was $540 million. It has grown to $1.441 billion. That's a growth in market value of $901 million since inception. So, basically, the net benefit to the state from the original investment, including the growth in market value and what has been paid directly to Bessie and Regents, is $2.6 billion. The asset allocation, in cash and equivalents is 5.8%. Corporate bonds make up 32.2% of the portfolio. Equity securities are 34.8% of the portfolio. They're limited by law to no more than 35%. Other securities are 1.3%, and U.S. Treasuries and agencies make up 25.9% of the portfolio. So the equity allocation. Our equity is primarily in three areas. We have the Vanguard Total International Index, which is $103 million. That's 7.2% of the portfolio. The Vanguard Total U.S. Index is $268 million. That's 18.6% of the portfolio. And our dividend stock portfolio is $129 million. That's 9% of the portfolio. So total equities are 34.8, and fixed income securities and cash is 65.2% of the portfolio. The way we look at the returns on the market is through asset allocation. In other words, what is each one of your asset allocations are performing, and how does that compare to the benchmark that we use? There are basically two sets of benchmarks that we have to use. One is statutory, the 1-month Treasury bill and the 2-year Treasury note, and then internally we use benchmarks to see how we're doing versus the market. So if you look at it, the Vanguard Total Index had a portfolio return of 7.28, okay? Its benchmark is the MSCI ACWI ex-US, which ACWI stands for All Countries in the World Investments, ex the United States investments. So it's just all international stocks. That also returned 7.28. The Vanguard Total U.S. Index returned 14.38%, whereas the benchmark, the Wilshire 5000, is 14.66%. The difference between that is the index that Vanguard uses is different than the Wilshire 5000, but we chose the Wilshire 5000 as our internal benchmark. The dividend stocks returned 9.03%. The Dow Jones U.S. Dividend Index returned 9.93%. The difference in that is because of the size. The Dow Jones Index is much larger than our portfolio of dividend stocks. Our portfolio of dividend stocks is about 40. You know, theirs is a couple of hundred, so that accounted for that difference. The fixed income portfolio returned a positive 0.63%. The Barclay Government Credit Index, which we have used for a very long time, returned a minus 0.58%. So the total portfolio returned 4.42%, and the blended benchmark returned 3.76%. And that is all due to asset allocation. Okay, so my talking points is where I'm basically going to, I guess address some of the questions that y'all have, Mr. Lipsey and Mr. Ewing. Royalties. The oil and gas industry is under a dynamic that is greatly, I guess, holding down the price of oil and gas. That's a world dynamic that involves fracking and production, and it's just beyond our control. And then there's the royalties that we receive, and unfortunately, that is probably not going to get better for the forthcoming 2 to 3 years. We are now under an agreement with that the Attorney General signed with the U.S. Department of the Interior. Beginning in 2011, the Office of Natural Resources Revenue discovered errors in the original tracts that made up the settlement in 1984. Right. And what that meant was they discovered that Louisiana and Alabama were overpaid, and Texas and Mississippi were underpaid. This resulted in litigation and negotiations, and then finally, in May of 2018, the Louisiana Attorney General signed off on a repayment agreement that was coordinated by ONRR with Louisiana and the other involved states. Under the terms agreed by all parties, ONRR is going to be withholding 25% of our royalties every month for about 3 years until we pay back our overpayment of about $4.4 million. Now, on an average month, we get currently about $550,000 a month. Okay, that's what we averaged in 2017, 2018. So we're going to be receiving about $125,000 a month less in 2018, 19, and 2019, 20, and 2020, 21. That's what we're looking at in royalties. Okay, the markets, really fixed income, equities, securities lending, economy are kind of all being affected by the same dynamic. Okay. And it basically has to do with interest rates and liquidity, okay? When the Great Recession occurred in 2008, 2009, in response to it, the Federal Reserve, as it should have, underwent what they call quantitative easing. And basically what that meant was they cut interest rates drastically, and they pumped a lot of liquidity into the market, okay? And basically, Within 3 months, the Fed's balance sheet doubled. Within 5 years, it had quadrupled, okay? Well, now they're in the position where they're doing the exact opposite. They're unwinding it. So they're raising interest rates and selling off their securities holdings or letting them mature. So that has the opposite effect, rising interest rates and reducing liquidity. And basically, all asset prices compete on interest rates and liquidity, okay? Interest rates, dictate the discount rate at which all securities are priced, and liquidity affects the risk premiums of all asset prices. So where 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, et cetera, till 2018, the markets benefited from low interest rates, low risk premiums, and now the exact opposite is happening. Interest rates are going up, so the discount rates for all asset prices are going up, and liquidity is decreasing, so the risk premium for all assets are now higher. And we're seeing that in the market. You don't have to look any further than, say, September of this year. From September to now, the S&P 500 has decreased 10%, and it has been a very volatile decrease. It would go down 3%, up, climb up to 2.5%, 3%, go down another 3%. It has been all over the board for 3 months, and it's, unfortunately, I don't see a lot that is going to happen that would lead me to believe that this year is going to be any better for the rest of the year. The good news is the Fed is probably somewhat close to their equilibrium number where they're going to stop, raising rates. Probably, maybe, if you listen to Wall Street, some say 2, some say 3 more rate increases, and then that part of the equation will stop. Unfortunately, the liquidity part is not going to stop. Their roll-off projection is till 2022 on all the securities that they bulked up on, So the risk premium is probably going to continue to increase even when after the interest rates, stop rising. Why is that significant? Well, that probably means we're going to have more volatility in the market, is what that means. The interest rate scenario, the math of it is you take an asset value, that's going to be the numerator. The interest rate is the denominator. If you divide, say, 100 by 1%, that equals 10,000. You take 100 divided by 2.5%, that equals 4,000. So rising interest rates explicitly mean lower market values. Now, the good news is that stocks are not priced off of a fixed rate. They're actually priced off of growth. So as long as the growth in the earnings of stocks is greater, okay, and continuing to grow, the overall stock market will do well. May not do as well as we did for the last 10 years, but still should have some, fairly decent growth in market value. The problem is that the risk premium is going to be higher, and so the volatility is going to be higher. So we can be in for a very choppy road for a couple of years. And that's where we are. Now, I'll answer any questions y'all have.
All right, members, there's some questions. Regent Natalie? Yes.
Royalties.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer, Claudia?
Royalties come to our 3-mile limit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're pretty good, right?
That would require something from the federal government that I cannot address. Yes.
We need it.
Thank you. Are there further questions for John? I'm sorry? I see.
Mr. Lipsey, did I answer your question? Okay.
Reserve that for the Regents meeting.
We are available. You can, our numbers are on the website. The annual report, complete annual report is on the website this morning. Y'all can download it and read it when you can't get to sleep at night. It'll put you right to bed.
But John, just to follow up on Regent Lipsey's question, we're not asking you to strangle the crystal ball, but if you could kind of roll it our way and let us know what the future of our 8G funds look for this coming year.
Well, I would think that capital gains and losses are gonna maybe be about the average. So if you look at the numbers that we gave, the average I think was about 6.8.
Yes.
So maybe 6.8 million in capital gains this year. Royalties, we have been pretty steadily averaging about 550 for the last year, 2 years.
Yeah.
So you take, 125 off of that, that's gonna be what, 425? So that, that's, we're gonna be down from 6.9 to somewhere around 5 on that. And income is probably gonna be about the same. The interest income is gonna be about the same, which is what?
About 20,
About 20 million. So we're gonna be
well, 40 million.
40 million, so
About
40,
about where we are this past year, about 41 million, 40 million, something like that.
somewhere in there. We're just not gonna have the capital gains that we had. That's gonna be the difference. That's gonna be a tough number to beat in this market. We're absolutely not gonna beat it, given the just the first, couple of months of the year.
We're up 350 today. That makes you feel better.
It does.
It does, but,
Wait till tomorrow.
yeah, I mean, if you could tell me what the Twitter feed is gonna look like for the next 24 hours, I will take your number.
Well, we want to thank you, John and Amy, for your presence today, and as usual, you paint a mixed picture for us.
I'm sorry, I'm just being honest.
That's all right, John. We need that first. We
Yeah.
need that always. Thank you, and is there a motion to accept the trust fund report? So moved. Is there a second? Any opposition? That motion passes. Thank you. We will now move to item number 5, the project pipeline repair. Dr. Craig will open this presentation.
That's it. Good morning, Regents and Bessie members. I'm thrilled to be here today to present a fantastic project that's happening in the state of Louisiana. An excellent merging of K-12 to higher ed. Project Pipeline Repair is a project that restores the minority males in educator preparation programs. This project is funded by SHEO. SHEO is the State Higher Education Executive Officer Organization, very similar, Bessie members, to CCSSO, the Council of Chief State School Officers. And this project has funded or identified needing more minorities in teacher preparation programs. So they have funded 4 institutions across the country. Southern University and A&M College here in Baton Rouge, in Louisiana. In Arkansas, it is at the University of Arkansas in Pine Bluff. In Mississippi, there's a project at Alcorn State University, and in South Carolina, there's a project at Claflin University. We are in our 2nd year of this project. The project has been so successful that they've increased funding for next year. And I am going, and one more thing, each summer, all of the students from across the country meet at one of the institutions, and this summer we will be hosting them at Southern Baton Rouge. So I'm going to turn over our presentation this morning to Dr. Virginis Peoples, who has done a fantastic job running this project, and let her introduce herself, talk a little bit about the project, and have the students come stand with us.
Thank you, Dr. Craig, and good morning, honorable chairs and board members.
It's my pleasure to introduce to you the participants in the SHIELD project, and as I'm speaking, they can start coming forward. This is a project sponsored by the State Higher Education Executive Officers, and it's called Project Pipeline Repair. This project focuses on recruiting and preparing highly qualified minority males in their junior year in high school, and the project provides academic and cultural support during their junior and senior years, with the expectation to convince them to become a teacher in order to increase the number of male teachers in our school. We are in our second year of this project, and these young men before you have made a commitment to major in one of our teacher education programs at Southern University. Before their introductions, I would like to thank the Higher Education Commissioner, Dr. Kim Hunter-Reid, for support from the Commissioner's Office with assistance from Dr. Lisa Vosper and Dr. Craig. And I would also like to recognize the true backbones of this project, the male mentors in which students are assigned. The mentors work very closely in advising, tutoring, and providing counselors for these programs. And the male mentors are in the back. If they would stand very quickly for me, Dr. Jared Landor, Dr. Billy Washington, and Dr. David Gerald. We thank them very much. And we also have Ms. Deborah Washington supporting us. And we also would like to recognize the principal of the Southern University Laboratory School, the supportive and innovative principal, Mr. Herman Brister, who is a key figure in the success of this project. Now the participants of the SHIELD project, our future teachers, will introduce themselves to you. Start with Joseph.
Good morning.
Let me step back.
Have a seat so y'all can talk on the microphone.
Good morning, how y'all doing? My name is Joseph Delaney McAllister. I attend Southern University Laboratory School. My cumulative GPA is a 3.9. I will be planning to attend Southern University in fall of 2019 and majoring in computer science and minoring in English education.
Good morning, Chair and the board members. My name is Armand LaFleur, and I will also be attending Southern University, and I will be majoring in English education with a minor in criminal justice. And I currently hold a 3.6, working on getting it up to a 4.0. And thank you guys for having us here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Braylon Valentine, and I'm a 12th grade student at Southern University Laboratory School. I currently hold a 4.2 GPA, and I plan on attending Southern University and majoring in biology and foreign language education.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Blair Parker. I currently hold a 3.254 GPA. You know, we're gonna get there. You know.
You got it down. Every point counts.
Nice to see you guys this morning. Y'all look wonderful. I'm going to be majoring in English education and minoring in civil law. I'm going to Southern University next year in fall of 2019.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marlon Corey. I attend Southern Lab. My current GPA is at 3.6. I'm going to Southern University to major in English education. And yes, that's it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sherman Roof II. I attend Southern University Laboratory School. I currently have a 3.5 GPA. I plan on attending Southern University in the fall of 2019, and I will be majoring in business accounting and minoring in English education. Thank you.
I just wanted to announce one more thing. Because of the increased funding, we are going to be able to open up this project to an additional 10 students for next year. Thank you.
Susanna,
Yes, sir.
we would like to ask that they stay for the opportunity to take a picture at the end with the board. Relax. Thank you, Susanna, and thank you, Dr. Peoples, from way back when she was at Grambling in the 1980s with her husband, Gerald. We've known each other a long time. She's been a star all that time. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to commend the state on receiving this award. I know when these opportunities come up at a national level, that I'm sure there's a lot of institutions and states that would like to be recipients of it. So it's so exciting to have our state to have an opportunity like this. And as I look at these young men and think about their collective opportunities for impacting the state of Louisiana, it's really exciting. So kudos to those of you who made this possible for our state to be a recipient of the grant and who are acting on it in a way that'll result in a difference for the kids in our state.
Thank you. And thank the mentors of the program and the directors for taking your time to work with these young men. This, as Holly points out, this is going to have dividends decades and generations from now. I also want to point out, Holly, there is a ringer at the SHIO. Dr. Kim Hunter-Reed, as you might have known, has just been recently appointed to the executive committee of SHIO. So, Kim, it's on you. It's on you. All right, thank you very much. We'll now move to agenda item 6, dual enrollment. And for that, Commissioner Reed, I think you need to start this discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. To all of you who are here this morning, this is a wonderful opportunity for us to come together to talk about items that matter for our students and things that can impact the future of Louisiana. We've asked Dr. Tremblay to do some table setting. I spoke with Superintendent White about this issue. Ultimately, we see dual enrollment as a real access opportunity for students across Louisiana. What we know is that the access is unequal, and that I know that Bessie and others are looking at how to ensure that more students have access and that your geography doesn't impact your likelihood of having access, or your family income, your likelihood of having access. So what we've asked Larry to do, Dr. Tremblay to do, is to do some table setting for us, give us a snapshot of where we are in our state. Ultimately, what I would like to do with John and with all of you is to think about how do we collectively work to move dual enrollment forward in our state with the kind of rigor and quality and equity that will ensure more opportunity for our students. So this is round one of a conversation that I hope we will have together to ensure that we're really thinking about what are the barriers and what are the opportunities and how do we get there as a state to ensure more students have this chance. So with that, Dr. Tremblay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, members. I bring you happy holidays as we prepare to spend special time with our families and friends. First, I'd like to share the boring part of the presentation, the glossary of terms. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but this is primarily for members of Bessie. You know, we both talk about students, but we use different terms. So this is just to understand when you see tables with annual unduplicated counts, that means for students in one course or 5 courses, if they go in the fall, or they go in the fall, the winter, the spring, and the summer, they're only counted once. Preparatory students, anytime if we call the State Department and ask for data on dual enrollment, it will never match our data for dual enrollment. Those are primarily for 2 reasons. One, our preparatory enrollment includes any high school student taking a college course. That could be from a Catholic school, a private school. It could be from schools not under the jurisdiction of Bessie. It would not be in your numbers. Secondly, if a high school student, public, private, parochial, whatever, takes a college course, but just takes it on their own for college credit, that's included in our data. It would not be included in your dual enrollment data because they're not taking it for high school credit. So course enrollments is the sort of the other side of annual unduplicated. Course enrollments is if I take 4 courses, I'm counted 4 times, all right? The academic year is self-explanatory, and freshman is anyone between 0 and 29 hours. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about performance, and we use the subsequent course. So therefore, if you're in English Composition 1, the subsequent course may be Composition 2 or British Literature, English Literature, or whatever. So having said that, why do we want to promote dual enrollment? Well, for high school students, it enhances their experience. I mean, anytime a high school student has an opportunity to have a college experience, that's got to be helpful. It addresses the wasted senior year. Now, I don't use that in a derogatory sense. That's been a term that's floated around, the wasted senior year. I remember working with Superintendent White and his staff, responding to some study resolutions, and I think at that time, which may have been 2 years ago now, John, that like 40% of the seniors took less than a full load. And so they're, quote, wasting that time they could be spending learning. I will tell you that I have 4 sons, and 2 of them are definitely the walk-in definition of a wasted senior year. They went to Tara High School, and they had English 4, I think at 7:45 in the morning, and they were at work by 9 o'clock. So that was their experience. Prepare students for college and career. We know that if they can get a college experience, that may be the difference between a high school student who wasn't thinking of going to college and saying, hey, this might work for me, I think I'll give it a try. And then they earn college credit at lower cost. If a high school student arrives at college with accumulated credits, they paid a whole lot less for that dual enrollment than they pay in tuition when they go to college. So once they go to college, what do we find out about dual enrollment students? Generally speaking, there are exceptions, but generally speaking, they enroll at college at a higher rate, they're retained at higher rates, they graduate sooner, and they graduate at higher rates. So these are all win-wins for dual enrollment. I'm not saying it isn't without concerns and we have some issues, but it's definitely an extremely worthwhile project for both boards to be working extensively on. I'm now going to be showing just some general data. Again, this is preparatory, which would include some students who are not in dual enrollment. It would also include some students from private schools. So here is the sort of history of it in the last 10 years. You can see it's grown from 19,000 to 31,000. Now these, again, are unduplicated. These are so in 17-18, there were over 31,000 individual high school students that took dual enrollment courses. That's a powerful number. Next, we look at ethnicity, and we want to look at that because we feel there are inequities in our state. There are inequities of poverty. There are inequities of race. There are inequities of geography, as a matter of fact. This one here looks at ethnicity, and you can see one thing I want to note, the highest growth has been what's called all others. Well, a couple of years ago, the federal government added a category called multiple races, and this is all self-identified by the students, and we've seen a growing number of students that are identifying themselves as multiple race. So you see the growth in that. I think that's a gray line. Next one is by system. You know, we have 4 systems. You can see here that the greatest growth has been in the UL, the University of Louisiana system, which is a system of 9 campuses spread out throughout the state. You see they've had the highest growth most recently in dual enrollment. Then we look at it by gender. As you see, there are many more females than there are males, and this is typical of our college overall enrollment. I'll be honest with you, I'm not as familiar with the overall enrollment in high school, but in college, this is a typical pattern. There are more females than males. And this looks at annual unduplicated enrollment by school and by system. As you can see, between the University of Louisiana system and LCTCS, which is Louisiana Community and Technical College system, those two systems account for over 80% of dual enrollment. You'll see that the Southern University system currently does not participate in high levels, and we hope to work with Southern University system to enhance that. And LSU is primarily the A&M campus in Baton Rouge. This here is looking at it by school within system, and I highlighted here in red Louisiana Tech and Southeastern. Those two campuses alone accounted for over 20% of all dual enrollment in the state. So they have very aggressive dual enrollment programs, and you can see the results for the other campuses. Then we look at what are students taking when they take dual enrollment courses. As you can see, by far the most popular ones, you want to use the word popular, is math and English, followed by history and psychology, and then fifth is welding. And then you see the numbers go down from there. So again, the students are getting, two things are happening. They're getting a head start on their general ed requirements in college, plus they're taking courses that can match easily with their advanced courses in high school. So that college algebra can be an advanced math course, and the English can be an English elective course, and so on and so forth. So that's the general trend there. Now we're going to start looking at performance. Now, I will tell you up front, a lot more work has to be done in this area. So I do not draw any large conclusions from this other than we need to do more work on it, all right? So here we're looking at the math introductory courses. Now, the three courses we looked at were contemporary math, applied algebra, and college algebra. Those are three generally intro math courses in college. So we looked at preparatory students who took those three courses versus our incoming freshman class in fall 16 and how they did on those same courses. So if you roll some of this up together, you will see that roughly 80% of the preparatory students got an A, B, or C. About 60% of the freshmen did that well. So the preparatory students are actually performing better than our incoming freshman class. Now, I can give you some, what I think are the reasons for that. This is not based on hard research. One, most of those preparatory students are taking those courses at their local high school. At their local high school, you go to school, you go to class. You become a freshman in college, you're away from mom and dad, you're living on campus, college algebra is an 8 o'clock class, maybe you go, maybe you don't. So I think a large part of this has to do with attendance. I will tell you, we did a study recently on what we call co-requisite courses, which is a way of helping students that need additional assistance in your basic courses. And we found the biggest difference maker was mandatory attendance. It's tough to learn it if you're not there. So that's one, I think, reason that the research would show. Secondly, the preparatory students taking this course, on average, probably want to take this course. They decided, I'm going to take this math course. Those freshmen, they don't have a decision to make. If you want to get a degree, you're going to take a math course. So you've got students in the freshman class who are probably low performing, have little interest in being there, but they're taking the course because it's mandatory. The preparatory students, many of them, if not most of them, are probably taking this course by choice. They've decided to enroll in this course. So I think those are two of the larger reasons. And the third one might be preparatory students, and maybe your brighter students that are in that math course. And college freshmen, whoever's there is taking that course, no matter how bright or not so bright they might be. So those are three leaning reasons, but again, I have not done the research, but those seem to be anecdotal reasons. So what we did was we said, okay, how did they do in the next course? So this gets a little confusing here. I'll try to summarize it. So at the top, you're looking at the preparatory students. As you will see, a large number of the preparatory students, when they took that next course, were still preparatory students. So they took the first math course while they were in high school. They also took the second math course while they were in high school. A number of them, less so, had become freshmen. Again, those who were still preparatory performed better than those who became freshmen. If you look down at the freshmen did not perform as well as the preparatory students. And I think, again, for many of the same reasons we have discussed before. And again, one thing I can't tell you without doing further research, which we have not done at the moment, is the preparatory students who took the second course when they were still preparatory, it may have been all the A and B students from the first course who took that second course. Whereas the college freshmen, if your degree program requires 6 hours of math, you have to take that second course, so you may have got a D in that first course and you still took that second math course. So some of it may be self-selection. Again, don't take, there's no reason to publish this because more research needs to be done. But this does show you some general ideas. You look at English, the differences are not as great in the English course as they are in the math. But again, you'll see that the freshmen perform almost the same as the preparatory students. So English is handled differently than math. Math, in higher ed, math is the real gatekeeper course. I mean, and in high school, I'm sure it's the same. And then this next slide shows you the performance in that next English course. Again, many of those students were still in high school when they took that second course. So, having said all that, that's just some general information. So, excuse me, I just listed a few challenges that remain, just for some data that the department supplied to me. 23% of Louisiana students participated in dual enrollment in 2017-18. Should that be 40%, 50%, 60%, or should it be 23%? We don't know. I assume that there are students in high school that are eligible for dual enrollment, that are prepared for dual enrollment, that are not in dual enrollment for a variety of reasons. So I believe that 23% can be higher. The second point, 21% of enrollments were African American in dual enrollment. 44% of the students in high school are African American. So obviously, African American high school students do not participate in dual enrollment at the levels that they're enrolled in high school. Again, that could be for a variety of reasons. It could have to do with availability of dual enrollment courses. It could have something to do with that third point. Agreements between the school and post-secondary system vary in terms of cost. Well, college is different than high school. Every college has different tuition. So this can work against a high school student by an accident of where they were born and where they grew up. They may be close to a post-secondary institution that charges a higher amount than another institution. There are some that charge nothing. I know that the supplemental course instruction monies that support dual enrollment, we need to work closer together to see if we can figure out ways that no student who wishes to participate in dual enrollment will be forbidden from doing so because of economic reasons. So those are my general observations. There's much more work to be done, although I will tell you we have much to celebrate. When you have 31,000 high school students last year taking dual enrollment courses, that's a victory. That's a victory when it was 19,000 10 years before that. And high school enrollment has not gone up that much in the last 10 years. It's participation in dual enrollment that's gone up. So we have much to celebrate. We have challenges remaining. It is our job collectively to address those challenges and to find solutions together with our friends at the legislature and the governor's office. And I certainly look forward to our work together as we move forward in this venture. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Larry. We're going to take questions now, starting with Chris.
Dr. Tremblay, where's the data that supports whether or not we have anything to celebrate here and to what extent?
Well,
How do we compare to other states?
well, the states are all over the place. We, compared to some states, we came very late to dual enrollment. There was a time when dual enrollment in Louisiana was for the extremely gifted. In other words, if you went back 20 years ago and looked at college catalogs, if a high school student wanted to participate in college courses, maybe they had to have a GPA of 3.75 or an ACT of 30 or something. So it's very selective. It's become much more open to students now who can gain from it, not just the extremely talented. So I would say some states are very much ahead of the game compared to us. Other states are not doing as well as we are. I look at our growth from 19,000 to 31,000, and that says to me that the word's getting out. The high schools are working with their students. They're working with post-secondary. We have many agreements between school districts and our post-secondary partners making this available. The counselors, as overworked as they are in the high schools, are working with their students to get them enrolled in dual enrollment. So I think we've made great progress. Our work is not done.
A follow-up with the data that shows best practices, I think, would be recommended here. Thank you.
I have a question about, I see on the slide that the community colleges are participating at a fair level. The two technical schools we have left that don't have community college designations are not participating as much. And so the question for me is dual enrollment aimed at the college-bound student? And what about the student that needs some kind of training? And what are we doing in that regard?
Right. I believe, Claudia, I do not have the data with me, but the last time I think the superintendent shared some data with us, it was almost 50-50 between the academic courses and the technical courses. If you look at the Jump Start curriculum, which has been promoted highly by Bessie in the last, I don't know how many years, 5 years, let's say, a lot of those technical courses in the Jump Start program are taken at the technical and community colleges. So there's a lot of agreements there. And I think last time we looked, the enrollment was almost 50-50. So technical courses are a large part of these numbers.
So
Not the 4-year campuses, but the 2-year campuses.
So my question, I guess for Bessie,
John's going to address that in his presentation. Jump Start, that is coming right now after this.
I'm questioning transportation,
Transportation, right?
how they get to the technical schools.
How do they get to the tender? I would have to ask superintendent. I think sometimes they're bus, sometimes they're close by. Some of the high schools, there are some LEAs that have technical high schools, and the courses are taught there. But I know they're also heavily engaged with the community technical colleges. But superintendent.
Regent Adler, why don't I discuss
Another item to discuss that you brought up, if I saw it right, and I'd like Superintendent White to address it, I thought the top 3 courses that were taken looked like 4-year college preparatory type courses. It was English, math, down at 4, I think, was welding, but then the next 3, history, psychology, and I'm wondering how, with all of those loaded at the top, how do you get to 50-50 split between technical college courses and
No,
university prep college regular 4-year?
No, yeah, Mr. Garvey, I'm sorry. What I was saying is the split's almost 50-50 between courses taken at the community college and courses taken at the 4-year school. So a lot of those math, English, history, psych courses are taking place at the community college.
Well, then the question is are most of these dual enrollment courses, are half of them or somewhere near half children that are planning to only go to a 2-year college or technical college 1 year?
Well, this is just hypothesizing.
Do you know what the breakdown is?
No, but I think if you saw the line graph that Larry showed that showed the downward LCTS
Yes.
providing and the upward UL, you know, my general take is that, and this is going to be addressed in the next item, that for dual enrollment purposes, as previously with financial aid focuses, our high schools are steering students who are 4-year university bound in much greater numbers toward dual enrollment than they are students who are 2-year or direct into workforce training bound.
And that is my concern. I think
it's a problem.
We're not putting enough effort into the
question.
other students.
No question. I mean, and it's a serious problem, but it relates to governance, funding, and other policies that we should discuss in the next item briefly, recognizing that we've gone on long. But I do think that chart, or the graph, the one that shows the competing lines from within the system, shows that basically when there was more money that came into the system, and I'm just hypothesizing, the UL schools have marketed to school systems in ways that have effectively outcompeted the LCTCS technical pitch. And that, as Dr. Jones and I were just discussing, a lot of the technical courses are still provided at the high schools. And as Ms. Adley is, I think, getting at, that's an enormous problem because the high schools don't have the capacities that many of the technical schools do to provide those courses. And I can talk about, you know, what we're going to do about that. But I think, Mr. Garvey, your points are well taken.
Thank you.
For funding purposes, are the students funded through the MFP and also through the colleges and universities they attend? Are they counted twice?
From what I understand, and again, this is all done through K through 12. I think it's called the supplemental course allocation, and there's a piece of the MFP that's for supplemental course allocation, and that can be used, I think, for dual enrollment, IB, AP, and tutoring. I mean, other things, but that's the primary funding mechanism of dual enrollment. Now, many of the colleges charge a heavily discounted amount for those courses. So that's their contribution.
Well, that is their incentive to promote dual enrollment.
But Mr.
Colleges and universities get a benefit, just like, but at a discount amount. Is that right? In other words, you've got a student in high school that goes to Louisiana Tech and takes a course. The incentive for Louisiana Tech is that they count that person as a paying student. Is that right?
Yes, yes, and it counts under the formula because they're taking college courses now. With our funding lately, I'm sure that makes a difference, but it does count in the formula.
Thank you.
It's a good recruiting tool as well.
But Mr. Levy and Mr. Ewing, if I may note, that it's an important point for us all to understand. These students are typically counted as students in both funding formulas and thus generate dollars duplicatively for both institutions, and yet, as Mr. Tremblay is noting, not by anyone's fault around this table, effectively a third and supplemental stream is the thing that is thought of as the funding source. So what does that mean? That means that high schools are receiving MFP dollars, institutions of higher learning are receiving formula dollars, and yet, because there's no agreement as to which of those sources should be used, effectively the state has subsidized a third source in order to compel people to participate in dual enrollment, or students are charged privately. So effectively, the greatest constraint on growth is that in order to get anyone to do it, we have to create a funding stream that won't take from the two formulas. And that is the elephant in the living room here that people don't want to, not anyone here, but that generally people have yet to confront.
I would say part of it is, for instance, for Southeastern. Southeastern has a relationship with North Shore Technical Community College that's almost unique. I mean, they work so closely together. They hold classes on each other's campuses. So I think a lot of that has to do with that relationship and the relationship with the Tangipahoa Parish School Board and so on and so forth. A lot of those students are Tangipahoa students. In terms of tech, one thing, and again, I'm almost sure of this, is that tech actually has some online dual enrollment courses. And students, they don't have to be at a local high school. They can be in different parts of the state and taking those courses.
Yes, Mr. Trump, what do we have to do to get that word to the other parts of the state, the other universities, to get up to the same level as the Southeasterns and the Louisiana Tech to help with that dual enrollment problem? Do you know of anything?
Well,
I was looking at Nichols. Nichols is like 1%.
yeah. I think part of it, and John mentioned this, you know, part of this is, you know, if Nichols enrolled 10 more students, they may not get any money for it. You know, when you look at the funding stream for Nichols, they may get the same appropriation they got last year, but now they have 10 more students they have to teach with that same money. So I, you know, unfortunately, money drives a lot of this issue. But a lot of it has to do with campus leadership, I mean, in my opinion, and relationships with the local school, the LEAs. I mean, that's where the success comes in these programs, is when the local superintendents and the campus leadership get together and say, this is a win-win for both of us. We got to make this work.
So I could definitely say, oh, my bad. I was a recipient of the dual enrollment program. So when I graduated from high school in 2015, matter of fact, I became aware of it through the admissions and recruitment department at Southern University. So I definitely think, I don't know if that's a possibility, is the admissions and recruitment department for different respective institutions could possibly, you know, pitch to high school students that, you know, they are dual enrollment at the university. I definitely think dual enrollment plays a big part in university actually recruiting students in the long run. So.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Staff thought that the recruiting aspect would be an extremely important aspect of this. And when we looked at the data, it turned out, and I don't have this exactly right, but approximately 75% of students who took dual enrollment enrolled at an institution different than they took dual enrollment from. And what that means is you enroll locally. I mean, if you're in Baton Rouge, if you want to go to SUNO, if you want to go to LSU Shreveport or Tech, you're going to enroll at Baton Rouge Community College, Southern or LSU dual enrollment courses and take that credit with you. So I'm not sure, it's a great recruiting tool for higher ed, and I certainly, you know, endorse that. But we found the numbers did not really endorse the idea that it's a local recruiting tool to that institution.
May I make one more point, Mr. Levy?
It's going to be your turn right now. John,
Good, okay, well, let's do that.
We're going to segue now stay where you already were.
I'll stay right here.
Stay right here. John's going to comment on this as well as Jumpstart.
school legitimately overlaps with the freshman year of college. And we're so blessed to have Dr. Hunter Reed on board, who has had experience in a state that has done more to advance a statewide framework, Colorado, than Louisiana has, largely because of her leadership. So I hope that we will get to that point, but if we don't, we're going to have to kind of continue to endure the condition that Mr. Davis has called out, which is we need a reset on Jumpstart to get to a point where it's not just whatever courses happen to be available to a young man or woman in their high school, but it's what is the economic need in that given region, driving the courses that are available, whether it's a private course provider like Associated Builders and Contractors or a coding boot camp, whether it's a local community or technical college, or whether it's a high school. I'll close by saying you can drive 2 miles from here or 5 miles to Highland Road. You can go to Associated Builders and Contractors and meet a set of kids from Ascension Parish and Livingston Parish who are getting their NCCR Level 2 welding, carpentry, electrician, pipe fitting, engine repair credentials. They're entering the contractors that are some of the largest employers in the state that service Exxon, Dow, and other plants up and down the river. And they're starting at $45,000 at the age of 19. Those kids are doing that for free, and the good work at River Parishes Community College is granting them dual enrollment credit for their NCCR credential while they're juniors and seniors in high school. And then there are high schools within this very parish that don't offer a single career and technical education course that gives that credential. So this is an equity issue, it's an issue of fairness, and it's simply an issue of local leadership and there being no framework that makes this available to all students. So I'm so thankful to Dr. Hunter Reed for putting this front and center today, and I hope that we can, our boards together can resolve this issue.
Questions? Yeah, Superintendent White, you said that when when a student wants to take a dual enrollment course, the student is not the customer, it's the local school board that is the customer. Did I hear that right?
Well, the student doesn't really have a decision. So, for example, if I'm a student in a given parish and I know that that course that I just described is available, I've got the requisite GPA, I've got all my courses taken care of, you know, I know what I want to do for my first career move, and I say to my principal, or my counselor, I'd like to take that course. It's not the family or the student say as to whether or not they get to. It's a question of, has that high school decided that they want to make that course available? And sometimes, as Ms. Adley gets into, that has, you know, financial and transportation repercussions. But unfortunately, I think we have it backwards. If the young man or woman knows they want to go in that direction for their career and has done every prerequisite step necessary to get there, they should be given the ability to go, and we have to find a way. And the thing is, it's cheaper for higher education, cheaper for the state, and most importantly, cheaper for the family if they do get to go do it early. So we have to find a way to operate more efficiently rather than continuing to subsidize a third funding stream to mask the fact that the original two formulas aren't contributing to this more efficient system.
And roughly, how often does it happen that a local principal or a local school board tells the student, no, you can't, we don't have that available for you?
I don't know, but if you look at those numbers and you think about how many of them are technical education, think about that. Let's say it's 5,000 out of that, 30,000 roughly are technical courses. Well, it's in this class alone are graduating on Jumpstart. So that's, 10, 11,000 kids are going to be graduating on Jumpstart. So right there you've got 5,000 split over, let's say, juniors and seniors, so 2,000 or 3,000 kids per cohort. But you've got 10 or 11,000 kids graduating on Jumpstart, meaning, ballparking it, probably only a quarter of Jumpstart kids are participating in a community college technical course. And that's a huge problem because you can't expect every high school, we got 400 high schools. You can't expect every high school to track private industry. And this is a serious problem. High schools cannot provide on their own, they need help, the courses to keep up with private industry and what it needs for its entry-level workforce. And if we're not able to make those courses available to our kids, we're just consigning them to low-wage employment the minute that they leave high school.
And what was the bill that came before the Senate that would have changed that?
I don't remember the number of the bill, but effectively the idea was if a kid is ready, the college declares them eligible and the high school declares them academically eligible, they should be able to go. And unfortunately, there was a reasonable dispute. I'm not impugning anyone's motives, but basically the dispute came down to, I don't want to pay for it. Oh, I don't want to pay for it either. Let's just not do it. That was the sum of the debate.
Community to help with internet, because we have more resources there, many of which we have not utilized. So, I'm hoping that as y'all move forward, you will think about all of these things, and maybe we can educate the legislature as to why we need funding.
I'll just say this, I completely agree with that. And the example that I cited of kids from Gonzales and Donaldsonville coming into Baton Rouge to get their courses is a good example of where it's been done well. But let's remember, you in higher education have been so smart as to invest in community college campuses that are proximate to our high schools in small towns. You go to Winfield, you go to Minden, you go to Plaquemine. I mean, it's true across Louisiana. There is a community college in the backyard, literally, of the primary high school in that community. And yet, it is very often those places where you do not have dual enrollment.
Yep.
Coordinate our abilities with the needs of our students. And we now have a commissioner and a superintendent that see this problem exactly the same. And by the encouragement of us and the Regents and you on Bessie, we should demand of our legislature that big progress be made. This is a way out of a stalemate. All right, John, did you have a further institutional aligned teacher preparation program?
Chairman Levy?
Yes.
Before we leave this, can I ask one short question of Superintendent White?
Yes.
Are you looking for a state rep or state senator to introduce legislation to address this issue and maybe get these parties back to the table?
Well, we've been waiting for the transition to happen here at the Board of Regents, and now that we have Dr. Hunter Reed in place, I think we need to get back together, as Regent Levy says, and create a proposed framework. But I think we're going to have to do something different on the political side of this, because so far, we can sit up at the governance level and talk about what we want to see happen, but ultimately the money flows through the local institutions in both of our systems, and we have to find a way to create a reasonable system of investment that gets past this. So I know there's work to be done, but we will need support.
If y'all work on some proposed legislation, I'll work to help you get it introduced.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, do you want to talk about the institutional approval of the aligned teacher preparation programs?
I do, thank you. And knowing that we're very short on time, I will be try to be respectful of that as well. And we'll just say I believe there's a presentation that I will put up, but we'll move through extremely quickly. To all of you, just please know that on the other side of the funnel, you are producing graduates who are, as you know, going into our schools. These young men that we heard from earlier are evidence of the potential of that effort. We have been, over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, working together, the Board of Regents and Bessie, to create a system of professional practice that actually trains teachers as residents, just like nurses, physicians, architects, and other professions in the classroom through a full-year residency. And more than anything else, I want to commend the colleges from across the state at having now all had programs approved. We are the only state in the country that now offers a full-year residency within every undergraduate program in the state to aspiring teachers, meaning they will spend the senior year or the bulk of their senior year in college as professionals as part of the elementary and secondary faculty within their school system. So I thank the Board of Regents for this, and as evidence of the successes, we have two of our finest deans who have been working for years at institutions large and small, rural and urban, and I'm so grateful to both of them for being here to share their stories today. They are really our leaders in their field, not just in Louisiana, but across the country. So thank you both for being here. Patsy.
Thank you, Superintendent. Many of you have heard me speak before concerning the residency program that we have. I'm chair of the Education Department at LSUA. We were one of the first universities to participate and implement the year-long concept as opposed to the one-semester student teaching. I want to say this morning and report with great joy, really, that we now have some of our students that finished our program in 22 of the school districts in the state of Louisiana. We have MOUs with 9 separate school districts, and that means we have a very close working association with those districts. We are partnered with those districts. They help us evaluate what we're doing. They help us design the changes that we may need to make, whether it's through additions or deletions. Having come from the pre-K-12 school background prior to coming to LSUA, I cannot express to you how important it is for the universities to get input from their pre-K-12 partners. How can we know what we need to be doing to prepare people to work in their schools if we never communicate with them? That partnership is so very critical. Several of the people that I know that work at the university level are wonderful people, and they do a great job of instructing, but they have not been in a pre-K-12 setting. And I think there's a great advantage in having that marriage, if you will, of the university people along with the pre-K-12 educators. I want to applaud our State Department for allowing us the freedom and the opportunity to explore better ways of preparing teachers for a variety of locations. We started our program under a grant, Believe and Prepare. The State Department supported what we were trying to do. They have supported us completely all the way. One of the most important things that I think we do with the program is the way we assess what we're doing. You know, we hear a lot about assessment in education, and an awful lot of it is pencil paper, and we wonder sometimes where it goes. We survey every principal who has one of our students. We survey every mentor teacher that has one of our students. We survey our students, and the feedback from our consumers, if you will, are the way that we design the program, we change the program, we modify the program. I think that's critical. It's one thing to do the assessment and to have all these nice reports printed out, and I know there's a place for that. But until we take that information from the people that are hiring our completers and let them tell us what we're doing right or wrong, and then modifying what we're doing based on that, I think we're missing a great opportunity. The feedback basically that I get from principals and superintendents, and I do myself physically go to their locations and talk to them, and I spend a great deal of time doing that. And the feedback is, you're sending me teachers that know how to teach. I don't have to take a first-year teacher and teach them how to teach. we also make a great effort that 90 to 95% of our completers are placed in low-achieving schools. When they train to teach, if they are not working with students that are a challenge, for example, if we put them in all of the premier schools and they don't happen to get a job in a premier school that first year, they're lost. And so we do try to give that variety of experience, and I think that has paid great dividends. That is one thing that the state is encouraging us to do, and I think it's a very wise decision. Our youngsters, when they leave us, are prepared to teach in any location, in a school that's at any achievement level. We have increased in enrollment. We started our very first movement into the residency in 2015 with the planning stage. We now have each of our departments, the elementary, the secondary, the SPED, the early childhood, all do a year-long residency. I wouldn't have it otherwise, and I hope the State Department doesn't ever decide we don't need to do that, because our feedback has been so positive. And as a former principal, as a former superintendent, I know how hard it is to get people that know how to teach from the moment they walk in. The support that we've gotten has been phenomenal. Questions?
Good morning. Thank you for having us today. I'm Paula Calderon. I'm Dean of the College of Education at Southeastern Louisiana University, and I've been Dean for 15 months, so I inherited this. Dr. Jacobs began the steps toward the residency program, and then she retired. And so I picked up the baton and kept right on going with it. One of the things we needed to have, and you probably know this in your own jobs and with your own employees, is you have to have faculty buy-in, and you have to make sure that everybody understands what's going on. You know, there's going to be resistance. There's going to be people who are 100%, and then others who are thinking, but I've done this for 30 years. I mean, this is the way to do it. It took responses from our teacher candidates to change the minds of other faculty members. For example, most of you know that our catalog and our academic calendar are the contracts that we have with our teacher candidates, with our university students. Students who are transitioning, and they're in their current catalog, which means they have 1 semester student teaching, came to us and said, can I do that 2-semester thing? Can I go into a year-long residency? Because my roommate is in one, and she told me, you know, how great it is to start at the beginning of the school year, how familiar they are with the students, how much fun it is. And when your teacher candidates, when your 22-year-olds tell you something, then all the rest of the old people like me jump in and say, you know, this is a really good thing. And so it has taken a lot of paperwork, a lot of meetings, a lot of processes, but it's getting done, and it's actually turning out to be a great thing. I have a couple of notes. Pardon my phone. The puddle jumper I flew in on last night did not have a printer I could borrow. Best experience ever. This experience was one of the life-changing moments in my life. We've increased from 3 to 7 districts who have indicated that they feel more invested in training our residents. They've gone from, okay, we have a student teacher in room B, to this is our resident teacher, this is a part of the school culture, rather than someone who teaches for 270 hours or is in the classroom for 270 hours for a semester. We have interviews and to match the residents and the school systems. The school systems have had to do a little bit of adjusting. After one of the interview times, we did a short survey, and one of the school districts said, I just don't understand. I really wanted candidate A, B, and C, and they went to another school district. What happened? And we had to say that the person that interviewed them was not that friendly and was not that warm and welcoming into the school district. So the next year or the next semester for the residency, a different representative from human resources or maybe another principal came in, and the residents just piled into that school district. So we've all had some growing pains. We've all had some learning that we have had to do. And like Patsy said, we've done it together, and we've had to have those partnerships. Let's see, I don't know if we've got some numbers up here that you can see that our projected residents for 29-20 or 62. Current residents have all been offered jobs. If it's not in that school because the school is at capacity, it's because of word of mouth. And it is, hey, I had resident so-and-so, you might want to hire her. And it has gone through the grapevine. One of the interesting things that we have that I'm very proud of is that Southeastern Louisiana University is one of 5 universities in the United States, in the entire United States, one of 42 universities on the entire planet that offers the International Educator Certificate. It's through the IBO, the International Baccalaureate Organization, and it's not yet a state credential, but some of you might hear from me. And so we'd like to explore this, but this credential is offered through Switzerland. And these residents are in their placement for their early childhood certification, their elementary certification, their secondary English certification, whatever it may be. While they are meeting their state requirements, they are also in an IB World School, and they are completing, and it's really just best practices. It's like your students who are getting elementary and special education certified, even if they don't teach special education, those are best practices. These are best practices, including assessment of students, assessment of the school, assessment of the teachers, and assessment of the families. And so it's advanced academics is the category that it's under. And so our students, our residents, when they graduate, are able to teach in over 140 countries, or they can use those best practices right here at home in Louisiana. And guess what they do? They stay right here at home in Louisiana. They may spend a little while overseas just to get some experience, but they come right back home. And Louisianians, as you know, are homebodies, and they do return. And so this has been exciting that we were able to take this international credential and fold it in to the residency requirements, and the new Bulletin 746 and 996 mandates.
Right. But if I may, before we leave, I have to give one thing a plug that the State Department is investigating and encouraging. We have now every school in Rapides Parish, in Avoyelles, in Grant, and you know we're centrally located. We have what is called an Educator Rising Club in every one of those high schools. That's a recruitment tool for people into education. I was delighted to see the young men that you met this morning. We must recruit people into the teaching profession, or folks, they're not going to be there. We have to show them the advantages of being a teacher, the rewards of being a teacher. Don't let people tell them, oh, well, the discipline problems are horrible and the money's low, and on and on and on. We have to start with them when they're young, and the success of our Educator Rising clubs is already paying dividends in the numbers of students that we see coming in as freshmen. Not saying, well, I really don't know what I want to do. They're coming to us saying, I want to teach, and this is what I want to teach. So if you do not have an Educator Rising Club movement in your district, I would beg you to talk to the people that could make it happen. It's one of the better things that we've done. Thank you.
And if you've been here a little while, you remember the STAR program, Students Teaching and Reaching, which was a State Department. Southeastern still has that with a few districts. Mr. Garvey, I'm working on getting that dual enrollment. These students do get credit for Education 202, which is a 3-hour course, if they come to Southeastern. If they take that credit and go someplace else, they may not get credit for it because it's not true dual enrollment. But it is our recruiting tool into Southeastern. It's similar to Educator Rising. Educator Rising is newer and probably more on the cutting edge, but we are working on moving that forward. So we have kept the STAR program that was started probably, I don't know, in the 90s maybe. I don't know how long ago it was. And we've kept it, and the principals are asking for that dual enrollment so that they can have those resources to allow those teachers not to teach something else and to teach the education courses.
Does that conclude this portion?
Indeed, maybe Ms. Edmondson has a comment.
Yes.
Yes, Paula and Patsy, I just want to tell you how excited I am and how grateful I am for not only you, but all of the others. When I first got on the board, Hannah, whose card is up there, but she's not there, she grabbed me and we went to a school in Baton Rouge. Hannah, I don't even remember what school it was. Yes, Highland Elementary, and we were talking to them about the one-year residency, and they were so excited, and of course, Jada and I were both excited, and appreciate that, Hannah. That's how I got introduced into what we're really doing, but y'all have just cemented everything for us today, and again, all the others that have worked. This is probably one of the biggest achievements, I think, that I've seen since I've been on the board, and I really thank you. I think the Education Rising Club is a great idea. I'm going back to my parish and making sure they have that going on, but that is the most important thing, is that we recruit teachers that care about teaching our kids in this day and age, because it's not an easy thing to do. There has to be the dream of being able to do that, and then cultivated by, you know, people like yourselves. So I really appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you all. At this time, I would ask Superintendent White and Commissioner Kim Hunter-Reid to provide closing remarks.
I will be brief, and first of all, just say what an honor it is for me to be home in this position, to have the opportunity to collaborate with all of you and with Superintendent White. I think the word of the day for me would be intentionality. So when we see the Southern University students come to talk about how they want to be a teacher, that didn't happen because we just sat back and waited. We were intentional in saying, what can we do to make sure we have amazing young students who want to be teachers? When it comes to dual enrollment and college opportunities, again, intentionality. How do we collectively use our voice and our authority to say, we want to make sure we have a solution that works for all students, not just some students. So for me, I just want to say how happy I am to be here. I am looking forward to jumping into some very difficult issues, because our students deserve our best. And we have to figure out how we walk this journey together. So I am excited about this. I appreciate this robust conversation. We are looking forward to moving the agenda forward together. We have a lot of synergy in our work and a lot of opportunity as well. So thank you all very much.
I'll echo those comments and just say how optimistic I am. We can be so grateful to the governor and the legislature for having maybe gotten us beyond some of the more difficult funding discussions that have held us up, and we're able to look forward, and I'm looking greatly forward to real progress working with you, Dr. Hunter-Reid, and with the Board of Regents as well. So my gratitude to both boards and to you in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Regent Ewing? Mr. White, I just wondered, where in our priority list is early childhood intervention and year-round schools, with the thought that we're trying to get more students started well, complete high school, and go on into college and take advantage of the dual enrollment and all that. Because our statistics show that we lose a lot along the way, and if we had maybe begun earlier preparing students, particularly to be able to read before they leave the 3rd grade, that we would maybe have more success, and they would have more success. Also, the question about year-round schools, which, as you know, in Ruston, they have started that, and it looks like that is going to be quite successful. And it is drawing from students who maybe have been underserved or who need that special attention year-round.
Yes, I think that the quiet victim in the education system from all of the cuts has been the 3rd education system, which is the early childhood education system. And we don't acknowledge that early childhood has not just not grown in Louisiana, it's been cut in Louisiana. Between 2008 and 2015, we went from 40,000 families participating in subsidized child care to fewer than 15,000, and it never got covered because these are folks that don't have strong advocates and lobbyists and such in the Capitol, and we have to restore those cuts as we talk about adding back to the coffers and giving raises and these important things, and they are extremely important. We must consider, are we moving forward on early childhood education to provide working families with an experience of quality for their children every day? There is a robust discussion at a task force that the legislature convened. Representative Hilferty from Orleans and Jefferson passed a bill the governor supported, and I think that is soon going to start putting out some numbers related to what would it mean to invest in high-quality early childhood care and education. On year-round schooling, as we've discussed, I think what Lincoln Parish is doing, everyone should pay attention to. I'm sure Dr. Thomason is aware, and others, Dr. Jones, who are in that part of the state. And I hope we can get to a time when school systems feel like they have the flexibility and the freedom to cover an education that isn't just the conventional 9-month school year, but does go on and off over the course of the year. Well, I think we're a long ways from that, unfortunately, right now. But what Lincoln is doing is a huge step in the right direction.
Thank you, Superintendent White.
Just to follow up with that, are you saying that in the legislature we do not have an understanding on the part of the legislators that provide the funding of the importance of better beginnings for our students?
I think there is an intellectual understanding. I think that there is an unfortunate reckoning that we need to come to, which is, and I'm not one at the table every year just advocating more money, but at some level, the number of dollars you have equates to the number of slots one can provide. And we are dramatically underfunding the early childhood system relative to the investments that other states are making. And in some respects, even relative to, at least speaking for our system, relative to the K-12 education system. And we do need to reconcile with this. The K-12 system gets $10,000 or $11,000 per person for a universally funded system. The early childhood system gets fewer than $5,000 for a not even close to entirely enrolled system. 4-year-olds we have largely covered. However, Louisiana's coverage of 3-year-olds, infants, and toddlers is so small as to be non-existent. And that is an enormous problem, and it's something that as we think about, for the first time in 10 years, a time when there is money on the table, how we spend it, and maybe I'm getting at what you're suggesting, Mr. Ewing, I would strongly suggest that early childhood education be one of the top priorities.
Thank you.
If not, I want to thank Superintendent White and Commissioner Kim Hunter-Reid for showing us that we can at these meetings, well, not necessarily that we've done it in the past, that we can make this robust discussion relevant to both Bessie and Board of Regents. It is only through working together that we can strengthen and coordinate our entire education system. We're now on agenda item number 10, other business. Is there any other comments or other business to come before the joint board before we adjourn? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Do we have a second? Any opposition? Hearing none, the Regents. We are adjourned. Bessie, we are adjourned. Members, we'll take a short recess. Board of Regents will start in 5 minutes.
Yes, we are. Unfortunately, our only granddaughter is in South Carolina. And we're not making it there because we have both of them elderly mothers. So we can't leave them every holiday. We go every other week. I mean, a lot. So I got lots of pictures of her making snow angels. You too.
That's right.
If it doesn't begin down here, what's going on?
Yeah, and
Hey, slide this forward.
well, and our test is
Can I move it over here?
that's the program they're doing. It's very similar to this one. We're like, what I want to do, I've got pockets, and I want to put it all together under one big overarching thing. I will.
Okay, Bob, come back. Yes.
The state.
Choosing a good career. Oh, thank you.
For John, organization.
have been,
I said, boy, that would have
you would have been
I would've
DeVito
been
and
out.
Schwarzenegger.
Please take your seats. Again, let me ask that your phones be placed on silence. Welcome, Mr. Seville. Our meeting is being streamed live over the internet, so for those who present or wish to talk, please use your microphones so that the web audience can hear you. At this time, I ask everyone, again, to move your phones away from the microphones. And let's move to our committee meetings. First is Planning, Research, and Performance. In the absence of Regent Temple, we'll ask Vice Chair Regent Adley to please call your committee to order.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee. So first thing would be to call roll, please.
Thank you. Chair Temple, Vice Chair Adley,
Here?
Regent David.
Here.
Regent Ewing.
He's here.
Regent McDonald. Regent Perez. Regent Pryor. Regent Tennyson. Regent Wyatt. We have a quorum, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Tremblay. We'll now move to item 3, which is the consent agenda. And would you please present these items?
Excuse me, we have technical difficulty for just a moment.
I just got my cheat sheet too, so I'm trying to.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The first slide is just a general slide we show every month to remind committee and board members of the general activities that fall under the purview of this committee. Agenda item 3 is our consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, we have one license renewal for the University of Southern California, and we have the recommendations from our Proprietary Schools Advisory Commission, which includes an AOS degree application from McCann School of Business and Technology out of Monroe, and 32 license renewals. Senior staff recommends that the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee approve the items on the consent agenda.
Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Anybody have any questions about the consent agenda? Okay. Then we need to see, is there any opposition to the motion? I see no opposition, so the motion passes. The next item is master plan attainment goal. Dr. Tremblay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. As you recall, there was a statute passed actually in the last session by Senator Appel about the master plan and asking that the board update and produce a revised master plan. I think the deadline is September 1st of 2019. Well, Chair Levy and the Commissioner had discussed that previously and decided that the board should take a more aggressive move towards that master plan and even have one in preparation for the next legislative session. So I think the current schedule is to bring something for your consideration and approval in early spring, maybe February or March. And then, as you recall, one of the primary factors in the master plan will be to set an education attainment goal. So we know that we need an educated population to serve the needs of our economy and our citizens, and we know that our educated citizenry pays more taxes, participates in society, they vote more often, their families are typically in terms of developing the master plan was to set an educational attainment goal. We contracted with a group called StrategyWise, I believe out of Birmingham, Alabama, who had done work with the state of Alabama, actually, very previous to their coming on board with us. And we liked what we saw in terms of how they handled the Alabama question, and so we brought them on. StrategyWise spent maybe 3 or 4 days here working with staff, meeting with stakeholders, interviewing with us, and going over all our data systems and talking about different ways to go about developing that attainment goal. From there, StrategyWise spent maybe the next 2 months, 3 months, working on coming up with some draft strategies for the educational attainment goal, visited with staff by phone or webinar, I think every 2 weeks during this process, and then brought its final draft to the staff sometime around the first, second week of October. As you recall, StrategyWise visited with this board at its retreat in Thibodeau in late October, and went through the process of explaining to the board how we came up with some draft considerations for an educational attainment goal. From there, at the direction of the board and the chair, staff continued to work with StrategyWise, continued to try to answer some of the questions that were posed during the retreat, tried to streamline some of the presentation, and to come up with a goal that we could present to you today. Kim Kirkpatrick, who's sitting at my right. Kim Kirkpatrick is an associate commissioner in the division, and she worked sometimes daily with StrategyWise. It was part of the exercise was every time you'd ask a question, every time it was answered, it would raise additional questions. And it seemed every week when the senior staff met, we'd come away with another set of questions, and we'd go back and work with StrategyWise to try to address those challenges we were facing. So we're here today to bring you the product of that work in hopes that the board will adopt this attainment goal. That way, the commissioner can begin her work primarily with the systems and LAQ and other stakeholders in terms of, I would say, marketing that educational attainment goal and getting some buy-in, because, as you know, it will be the campuses, and the legislature, and the governor. You know, all the major stakeholders need to play a role if this to become at all successful. So with those few remarks, I'm going to ask Kim to sort of walk you through how we got to what we're going to recommend today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome everybody. These beginning slides are basically a recap. I picked out some of the high points of the slides that StrategyWise presented to us, just for those of you who were not here, or maybe just need a little touch up on what was presented. But first of all, we want to show that the difference, what attainment is the attainment of having a marketable degree, obviously a credential beyond high school. That attainment is measured through the U.S. Census Bureau, so it is something that is not done on a regular basis, but there are different ways that is projected. The Lumina Foundation started with an initiative where they stated that their goal was 60% of Americans hold a degree or certificate or other high-value post-secondary credential by 2025. 41 out of 50 states, as you can see, did establish a goal. However, I can tell you that many states that I've spoken to are in the midst of reevaluating that goal as we are. So we are among the 41 states that do presently have a goal. It was at the SREB average. However, everybody pretty much in the SREB is striving to change that goal. I just want to show you that this Lumina broad definition of what they would like can be interpreted many different ways. So as you can see, just to show you the variation in states, Tennessee is 55%, but they're only counting associate degrees and higher. You see that Texas is going on a much smaller population of 25 to 34, whereas the majority of others go for a working age population considered 25 to 64. So you see that also these high quality post-secondary credentials, there's no finite definition for that, and that there's some that have just broad categories that really aren't hard and fast. Some have adopted numbers where it's really an estimate to where they want to be. So what we did going forward, presenting is that establish a framework for where we would like to be. Based on our last meetings and I think preliminary discussions with staff, 2030 is the timeline we determined. We definitely want to include the certificates, the high value certificates, and the working age population was we were going to focus on that, and so now we were left with the goal and percentage. So these slides should basically say where we are now. We are at 43.4 educational attainment level. That includes an estimated 6% of high value certificates, which, as most of you probably know, are not available on census. So it's kind of an extrapolation of different data points gathered. How do we compare to the nation? Well, they are 3.5% above us. Now that's considering attainment at certificate and above. There are other groups that consider anything post-secondary, so they would consider our 16% and the nation's 16% included as above a post-secondary. However, we are adopting a more conservative approach of considering the certificates and above. So our population currently is 4.6 million, with approximately 2.4 million in the working age group with 43.4% attainment. So that is just over 1.04 million, and we've got 1.7 employed. So as you can see between those two numbers, we do have people in our workforce that do not have an educational or post-secondary credential. We know that will continue to happen, but our goal is to get more of our working age with a credential in order to, as Dr. Tremblay said, have all the benefits that go with it. So based on the census information, strategy-wise came up with an increase of overall of $4.8 million in our citizens, 2.4 remaining for our working age population. I looked into this. This is the baby boomer effect. Basically, the baby boomers are moving out of that 64 range and into out of the working age population. So for the purposes of this exercise, and because the discussion was kind of headed that way, the remaining indications or the remaining slides are going to have to do with a 60% attainment level, which does adhere to Lumina. It is an aggressive thing based on us coming from 43.4, but that would mean a shortage of approximately 400,000 people without a post-secondary credential that we will need by 2030. So what does that mean? Now, green is where we are now, red is where we're headed, what our degree mix. So we take what that educational attainment level is, and then we use the Department of Labor data to determine what kind of degree mix it is. We certainly don't want everybody to get a certificate or everybody to have a bachelor's. There's a degree mix, and that's based on workforce projections. It happens to be Christmas colors, but basically, that just was, we started green, we stop at red, so that's how I came up with it. But as you can see, we want to reduce the less than college, so those all go down, and at the same time, increase from green to red, everything from certificate, associate, and obviously above. So how does that translate to what we do in post-secondary education, which is offering these credentials? We are not the only game in town, although we are a very large part of it. So I asked, and based on IPED's completer data for the last 5 years, them to break out what contribution does the public sector make as opposed to the private sector. And we account overall 77%, and the privates are 23%. That does vary by degree level. As you can see, we have a very high percentage of bachelors. We've got a lower percentage of the graduate level. Not surprising with the Tulanes and the Xaviers and the other schools out there that they have a higher share in that. So what we did was base those percentages and what our public sector portion of that would be to overlay with what numbers do we need to come up with. This is obviously easier to establish a goal, to basically have something to measure, something assignable for a contribution of different areas of our state or different sectors of our colleges. It equates to these numbers. You see that it's more than double an increase. It's a significant increase in degree attainment by all mix. You may or may not notice that we have a high growth in bachelor's degrees. You may have heard in the past that bachelor's degrees are not necessarily where it needs to be with the workforce. However, and Dr. Tremblay shared a great example. What the projections are in the workforce, predominantly in the two-year sector, is that entry level. So entry level, you may need to have a certificate or an associate degree. But what strategy-wise did is look at the occupations and what the mix. So if the majority, entry level may be associate, but if the majority is bachelor's degree and the preference is bachelor's degree, then their approach was to say a bachelor's degree would be the predominant thing as a goal. In addition, that in order to have any graduate level degrees, we have to have an undergraduate level degree. So you see that that those bachelors are ending up, we have to produce those in order to maintain our master's level professional and doctoral. If you want to mention the nursing comment you made.
Yeah, in terms of nursing is a good example where if you look at workforce, it looks at what's the minimum qualification to be an RN. And the minimum qualification would actually be diploma, but the only diploma program we have in the States being phased out. So the minimum for RNs is the associate degree. But if you look at the Institute of Medicine study and you look at what is going on around the country research-wise, they're recommending that by the year I don't know if it's 2025 or 2030, that 80% of the RNs be baccalaureate trained. So even though the associate is the minimum required in terms of what is being demanded by hospitals and so on, for instance, Our Lady of the Lake just changed their categorization, and they did away with their associate degree program because they hired nothing but baccalaureate and above nurses now, even though the RN is at the associate level for the minimum. So that's an example of how these numbers may look a little different. You say, well, why so many baccalaureate degrees? Well, it may be you only need an associate degree, but the employers are demanding that they be trained at the baccalaureate level.
So The next slide is our recommendation. I'm going to ask if anybody has any questions on what I've presented so far, and then Dr. Tremblay will make the recommendation from staff. No questions? Okay.
I have a question, and it's more of an observation. I'm always concerned about the ethnicity.
Yes.
And how it looks within this data. Have you had a chance to break that out? And I'm sure the numbers are not what they could be.
It is not equitable, and yes, we have.
I will tell you, in all of our discussions as staff, in terms of coming up with this attainment goal, the primary driver of reaching these goals is reaching underserved populations. That's the only way we're going to get there.
Right, right.
We fully understand that.
That's the only way the state of Louisiana will be the economic engine that it has the potential to be.
It's the only way.
Thank you.
And trust me, we are fully cognizant of it, and we discuss it every Monday afternoon at senior staff meeting. And I want to say this, when you look at this graph that you're looking at now, it can be kind of confusing. That's a whole lot of data, so on and so forth. You're going to be seeing, this is going to drive so much of what's going to be in the master plan. So you're going to be seeing this a lot, and you're going to be seeing this broken down a lot. We're going to be seeing it, looking at it regionally, looking at it by system, looking at it by race, looking at it by gender, looking at it by poverty level. This is going to be broken down in so many ways, understanding the only way there's any chance of reaching this goal is to reach people that we traditionally haven't reached.
It's going to be hard.
It is going to be hard.
We have to do it. We're up to it.
No doubt about it.
Thank you.
We're already, the people who we are already reaching, reach there themselves, okay? In other words, they come from backgrounds and families that, in spite of us, they're going to succeed. It's the ones that need our help that are going to make this happen. So again, understanding probably every month you're going to be hearing more and more about this as we generate drafts of the plan and so on and so forth. The senior staff recommends at this time that the committee adopt the education attainment goal of 60% of the working age population with a post-secondary credential by 2030. The commissioner will incorporate the goal in the development of the master plan and collaborate with the systems in Lakeview in pursuing that goal. So that's where we are as of today.
Okay. Members, you heard the recommendation. Do I hear a motion to approve? Second? Any discussion?
I'd just like to know, I think we've set these goals and they're admirable. Now, the work comes in, how do you reach those goals and how do you reach them? Now, where is that research being done so that at some point in time we have a list that says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things have to be done to reach the underserved, to get our numbers up, and to make these attainment goals? Where is that in the mix?
So now, if the board adopts this, we say, okay, now we have our goal. The balance of the work is how do you make that happen? And so everything else you see in the plan is going to be pointing to this. So that checklist that you're talking about, Regent Ewing, is the rest of the plan. What do we have to do to get these populations involved? What does the state have to do? Can't be all on Regents. What do the campuses have to do? What does the governor have to do? And we're adopting this as a state educational attainment goal. This is not the Board of Regents educational attainment goal. When the commissioner goes out, she's going to say, this is what moves our state forward. So this is not our goal. This is the state's goal, and everyone has roles to play. And you're going to be seeing those roles in the balance of the document. Now, our success in getting them all to fulfill their roles, that's in terms of influence and legislation and contacts and making the case.
Let me add, it's a great question. So for us, we want to make sure we set the policy table for good work, but we don't graduate one student. So I have spoken with every system president. We've had conversations over time. The Lakeview president as well. And so it's good timing for this work. Most of the system presidents are working on strategic plans now. Many of the campuses are. And so we've talked about, can we adopt this goal across all of our systems so that institutions can have a North Star to say, what is my contribution? How will I get that done? So obviously Larry is correct. This is an opportunity for us to say, this is what our state needs, Sonia's point, this is what our state needs to reach our unlimited potential and be a vibrant Louisiana. But then the partnership with our systems and our campuses, you heard today our conversation around dual enrollment with K-12, et cetera. What is the action plan that we have to have with the master plan? That is the work that we will do once you tell us that you agree that this seems like a good goal for us. I also will caution in terms of the degree mix. We are projecting into 2030. Very few forecasters are projecting that far out. Many of them are doing by 2025. So that right mix conversation is around talent and time and regions and what is needed. And so it's not perfect science. But we do know that the Georgetown Center has said that 56% of the jobs in Louisiana will require something beyond high school by 2020. So we think 60% by 2030 sounds good. It seems like it's something that would match what our needs will be. But it's hard work. Doubling the credentials in Louisiana will be hard. But if we don't do it, what will happen to our people, right? How do we ensure that we move people out of poverty? This is an exercise to talk about priorities and how to do that. But this is step one in a journey that we want to take with our partners, with our education partners, with our community and leadership partners, with the governor and legislature as well.
Well, it's no problem really to use comparisons and then make a projection of where we are and where we're going to go. That is, I guess, a little bit of science. But now the effort that it's going to take to attain those goals is where the emphasis is going to have to be, and quite honestly, where the grunt work has got to be. This is pickaxe work to get to that figure. But what we are doing here, we're setting a lofty goal and imposing on ourselves then the responsibility to try to do everything possible to attain those goals.
Exactly right. Do everything possible, coordinate with everyone that we can to get this.
I would like to make one comment or ask you, Dr. Reed. In my mind, one of the ripest place to go to increase some certificate is at that dual enrollment with our LCTCS. For those kids, what is it, 1 out of 4 go to 4-year or 2, it may be better than that now. For all those kids who need that, and they're captive in their senior year to get it. So to me, that discussion of dual enrollment, is that right or wrong, Larry? Yeah, that is the quickest way, that's the ripest way in my view.
It's a very good point. So we graduate 40,000 students a year. K-12 graduates 39,000 students a year. So imagine if half of those students, a fourth of those students, 3/4 of those students graduated high school with a credential. And what that would mean for us just for that captive population. Yes. And multiple states, I just came from a state that was focused on making sure every student has an opportunity to graduate high school with a credential. Not just a course or two, right, but to have that credential at the same time. So then you break out the silos and you really think about, what does talent development look like and how do we do it with returning adults, with traditional age students, with foster youth, with opportunity youth. It's a different structure that we will be needing, strong collaboration in moving that work forward. But you're absolutely right. The high school population, 39,000 students graduating a year. That is a clear place where we need to do some good work.
I'm not saying we don't need bachelor's,
Right.
I'm for what you said. I'm just saying that looks like an easy place to go. Is there any other discussion? Yes, sir. Regent Lipsy.
I would like to make one comment on that. I was going to kind of save this for my little quick exit here later on, but I would like to comment on this. I've been thinking about this a lot because it's come up lately, and it really came to a head yesterday in my office, and I've thought about a lot of what I've learned here at the Board of Regents in the last 6 years, and so impressive what our staff does. But what we discussed, I had Democrats and Republicans, legislative members in my office yesterday, equal amount of Democrats and Republicans to discuss things we need to do in the state. And after all was said and done, the most important single thing that came out of the meeting was the need to get kids out of high school and into some sort of a higher education attainment, whether it be LCTS type school, Baton Rouge Community College type school, or one of our 14 four-year colleges. But there are 32 institutions, as you pointed out, Dr. Reed, in this state that they can go to. All of them are within driving distance. And if you guys remember, when we had our retreat, what was it, John Davies talked about 2030, and that sitting in that room that day, he said, you don't even know what the job demand will be in 2030. They haven't even invented the jobs today to fill those places. So what I would like to recommend to our board and our staff is that we really focus yearly on this issue. It may be the single most important issue there is before the Board of Regents, and that is how to get kids out of high school into these institutions. And I compare it to Army, the Air Force, war. We're sending missiles and airplanes, and we're bombing all over the state. But it's time to put boots on the ground and quit shooting from the air. And I know we've got FAFSA and Swan and her group have done a marvelous job of getting people around the state. But I think we need to devote more resources to that. And I think the only way you're going to get those kids from high school to college is you're going to have to get somebody to go sit down with them and explain to them that if you can graduate from high school, you can go to college. Kids, particularly our underserved population, are graduating and they don't even think they can go to college, and they're stranded out there. That's why we've got to get to them in their junior and senior year. I'm not saying we're not trying that now, but we have to do it more effectively. And I think you can bust through that 60%, not in 2030, but in boots on the ground. If we need more money, we're going to have to go to the legislature. We may have to fund something through the Board of Regents, but we need to put the boots on the ground. We need to get in these schools, and we need to educate these kids. And if we're going to, golly, I just saw on the internet here, just came across, we're now the unhealthiest state in the union. What else can we do? We're 49 or 50 and everything. And that right there is the single most important thing. Two things: early childhood education, which we all know, and that kind of falls more on Bessie, but that is super important. But our responsibility is getting the kids into college. So That's my parting word on this, and I think, Larry, whoever takes your place, I think you drape this around their shoulders and say, this is your most important challenge.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, and thank you, Regent Lipsey. I would just add to that that we have not thousands, not tens of thousands, we have hundreds of thousands of working age population with either less than a high school degree or a high school degree. We could fix the high schools tomorrow, and you're not going to reach this goal. You know, we can't just say, well, all those people in their 20s who dropped out of high school, they're going to die eventually. Well, they may die eventually, but they're going to be in the workforce for the next 30, 40 years. So we need to work on getting people back in school or in school for the first time, because many of those people are going to lose their jobs.
Actually be a big part of this, right? And
If
if
they're
we have
still
internet-
non-traditional, I'm not sure they're still non-traditional.
Yeah, they're traditional.
But you're right.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Regent Lipsey. Any other discussion? Okay, any opposition to the motion? Motion passes. Item 5.
Yes, the next item, Dr. Voss. All right, all right. In the essence of time only, Lisa's better prepared than I am, but in the essence of time. The next item has to do with TOPS Tech eligible associate degree programs. There was a law passed in 2015, which the easiest way to explain it is it opened the TOPS Tech program up. Before, TOPS Tech was exclusively for non-academic technical work. This act opened it up to say, well, if it's academic work, but it leads to immediate employment, and again, an RN, nursing would be an example of that, then a person can use their TOPS Tech award to pursue those programs. There was a interagency council formed to review all the associate degree programs in the state to see which ones were workforce aligned and would fit into this category. The law authorizes the Board of Regents and the Workforce Investment Council together to make that determination. So today, we're bringing to you the list for this board to approve, and then it will go to, either it's already gone to the WIC, or they're meeting today as well, and hopefully they'll approve it, and then that will be the programs that will be eligible this coming year, the 19-20 year. Now, some of you may think, didn't we just do this? In June, we went through this exercise, but LOSFA brought to our attention that by the time we finished the process, students were already enrolled in school, and so we're changing the calendar up to make the decisions in December, so now LOSFA can publicize these programs at TOPS Tech eligible for this coming fall and let students make those decisions. So I'm just going to show you, these are the list of the approved programs, and there are very few changes because we just went through the exercise in June. They went back and reviewed a couple of the programs and did a deeper dive to make sure that they were appropriate, and they were. And you'll see pre-engineering was left out in June, and that's why that one is shaded in a different color. So all that to say, the senior staff recommends that the committee approve the revised TOPS Tech eligibility program list for 1920 and authorize Dr. Vosper to transmit the approved program list to the Workforce Investment Council and to LOSFA in accordance with the law.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the recommendation?
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Then the motion passes. And next agenda item, Dr. Tremblay.
Yes, under other business, I believe it was Regent Markle who asked, I want to say, at the September meeting, I want to say, I can't remember exactly which month, Regent Markle, you asked if we could just provide an update on online education. And we ran out of time at the next meeting, so that's why it was postponed to this one. So this is to remind the board that the Regents has an e-learning task force, and that handles all things online. You'll see the membership, the board, any ex officio members, and all our systems, plus Lonnie, are on that. And we meet 2 or 3 times a year to talk about all things online, plan an annual conference. There's an online conference every spring, which attendance of 200, 250 people, bring in national speakers. It's been very successful. One of the things that your task force did was adopt the definitions for hybrid and online programs, because lots of people have different definitions, and so when you try to get comparable data, even across campuses, you couldn't do it. So about 2 years ago, they came up with these data definitions. Hybrid is 50 to 99% online, and then totally online. And the good news is that SAC's protocol is in line with what we adopted, so the institutions don't have to do it 2 ways, once for us and once for SACs. We have the same definitions. So, in a nutshell, this is, as of last month, this changes every month. Every time we get notification that an institution is moving a program, not moving, adding a program in an online environment, then we add it to our CRIN. 100 online programs. We have 142 hybrid programs, and 27 of our schools participate. And we wanted to look at, these are our course enrollments. Again, now these are course enrollments, so if I'm in 3 online courses, I count as 3, okay? So going back to 2013, here is 5 years of data, and in terms of online, there's been 52% increase in the last 5 years, and in hybrid, there's been a 37% increase. And one of the things we did as a task force is we designed something called LouisianaOnline.com. It was the feeling of the task force that too many of our residents were unaware of what was available at our institutions, and they would end up enrolling in out-of-state online programs. And a lot of that's driven by the almighty dollar. When you use Google Analytics, if you type in online education, Phoenix is going to come up, Capella's going to come up, Kaplan's going to come up. All the really big players who pay money to have their names come up. So we decided to come up with our own website that would allow students to go, potential students to go, and find anything they wanted about online. So as you can see, looking at the last year, there were 92,000 users that they go to on this site, almost 500,000. The most visited page is the programs page. When you go on this site, and I encourage you to go, it's at louisianaonline.org. When you go to that, you can pick an institution. Say, oh, I've always wanted a degree from tech. You can go to tech, and then it will list all the online hybrid programs in tech. Or you can say, I want a degree in business, and you go to the programs page, and we'll show you every online and hybrid business program in the state. Well, the most visited page is the programs page. So most of the customers who go on this site are more interested in pursuing a program as their first choice than they are pursuing a campus and seeing what that campus has, okay? So the number of sessions is 1.3 return visits. That means, you know, for every student who goes on, potential student who goes on this, 0.3, so for every 100 students that go on this site, 33 of them come back to that site at another time. And the way it works is once you click on a program at a school, it takes you right to that school's webpage. So we're not selling it, we're just selling online and hybrid and let the website take the student to the school. So the schools have to do the work in recruiting the student, whatever. We just get them there. So this is just one of the marketing slides that we have online that tells you what this site will provide for you. And one of the things it does that many sites don't do is it tests your readiness for online education. You'd be surprised at how many students say, oh yeah, I play video games, I can take an online course. And they may be great at video games, I'm not doubting that. But there's this RT, which is Student Online Readiness Tool, and it takes you through these exercises to find out if you're really able to troubleshoot when certain things happen and bring in different websites and so on and so forth. So we're very proud of this website, and a lot of users, and as you've seen, our growth in online and hybrid courses has been dramatic. So that's no action required, Madam Vice Chair. The other item I'd like to bring up under other business is Virginia College. A number of you may have read last week about Virginia College closing its doors. So to remind you, Virginia College has been duly licensed by this board, both as a proprietary school and academic degree granting institution, for about the last 8 years. It's wholly owned by ECA, the Education Corporation of America, and it has 2 campuses in the state, one in Baton Rouge and one in Shreveport. You can just look at this list. This is a list of their program offerings. Very small enrollments in the associate degrees, large enrollments in a variety of diploma programs. You may remember under other business in September, I reported to you that Education Corporation of America was looking at their business model, and they were going to downsize, and they were going to close a number of their campuses. They had like 75 campuses, and they were going to close like 35 of them. Those included the 2 in Louisiana. And back then, they announced that they would be closing the ones in Louisiana this coming June and July of 2019. And that they were going to discontinue their admissions, and they were going to have an orderly teach-out plan for all the currently enrolled students. And then for any students come June or July that had not completed their program, they had signed agreements with other nearby schools to accept those students and help those students finish. So everything was going along just fine. Until December 12th. December 12th, they announced the closure of all their campuses, and they closed the Shreveport campus on December 7th, which was last week, and they're closing the Baton Rouge campus next week. So we immediately jumped into action as staff and contacted ECA to get as much information as we could, and we found out, you can see the numbers, as I told you before, very low numbers in the associate degree programs, but in Shreveport they had 115 in the diploma and 123 in the diploma program in Baton Rouge. Those were students that once they closed last week and this coming week, that would still have coursework left. So what we did, as you can imagine, here at the agency, our phone started ringing. And we heard from state senators, we heard from the governor's office, we heard from newspapers, we've heard from angry parents. And so Meg and Nikki and others jumped in, and we prepared statements. The commissioner released a press release telling what we were doing. And so what we did is from ECA, we got, I had showed you these numbers, the 115, the 10, the 123, and the 6. They sent us those numbers by program, so we could find out exactly how many students by program would have courses remaining. The commissioner got on the phone with President Sullivan at LCTCS. Again, this all happened on that. Had already committed to helping come next June and July when they were scheduled to close. We asked them, could you accelerate that offer you gave us to help and help these students? They said, certainly, send us what you can. Well, as of Monday, day before yesterday, I sent them a list of the number of students per program that still had coursework remaining. So LCTCS has stepped forward. A number, I think over a dozen proprietary schools have stepped up and said, we want to help those students as well. A couple of them had already had written agreements that were going to be come into force next July. They're just changing the dates of those agreements. So a lot of those students are being served, and some students even have already told us, when we called the proprietary school, they said, oh, we've already had 6 or 8 of their students come visit us today. So a lot of it's being handled. So for those who decide, for whatever reason, I'm not going to go in, I'm quitting. Well, for those who have outstanding debt, if they have a federal student loan, there's an application that can be submitted to the U.S. Department of Ed for loan forgiveness. And historically, the U.S. DOE has been very helpful and very forgiving about those loans. For the student who paid cash, we have a form they can fill out, and for a student who took out a private loan, let's say with a bank or something, we have a process here at our agency. Those students can come to us for relief. Every one of those proprietary schools has a surety bond with us that we can tap. If we exhaust that, every proprietary school pays into what's called a Student Protection Fund, which lives at the Treasury Department, and there's ample hundreds of thousands of dollars in that fund that we can tap to help those students. So we feel very good. Unfortunately, we have a little experience at this. The good news is we don't have much experience at this. This happens maybe once every 5 years or so, but we've done it before. We probably have to do it again, but we're on top of it. I just wanted the committee to understand how this is being handled, and that doesn't mean we're not going to get calls from angry students, but we're going to be able to help those, and so that's all I have to say about that, Madam Vice Chair, unless there are any questions.
Regent Adley, oh, I have a question.
Okay.
So, excuse my ignorance, does proprietary school mean for-profit school?
For-profit, and they're typical, very technical in nature. They're less than academic. They'll be like LPN, medical assist. Well, I can show you by that list of programs. Those are all diploma programs. They do have 2 associate programs, but the numbers are very small in those. So they're technical schools.
Technical for-profit schools?
Yes.
Thank you.
They are for-profit. And they're under our jurisdiction by a law passed in '72.
Is there, on the e-learning issue, is there such thing as a standardized e-learning structure somewhere that people are following, or that something's created for other people to follow?
I'm not quite sure I'm following you.
Sure, in terms of e-learning, how do you originally structure an e-learning situation or system or diploma or degree? Is there any kind of national or
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, the way it works here in this region of the country, our schools are accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, Commission on Colleges, and they have very strict guidelines that you must follow. And I believe, and I apologize, I believe our policy, our practice, is the first time a school offers an online program, they have to come to us for approval, I believe. And then once they have approval the first time, then we have a notification process for any additional online programs. But they do have to follow strict, the faculty guidelines, they have to follow good practices, and the accreditor is very involved in that as well.
And who creates that criteria?
Well, the accreditor created the criteria for the schools in these 13 states, I want to say Saks is. I'm not quite sure of that.
And is there part of that structure requirement to maintain data on how these things are working or not working?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But there's something called Merlot, and it's one of these acronyms. I'm trying to think what it stands for. But Merlot is a group that has best practices. And whenever you start, our schools follow the model, and it's a whole steps you must follow while you're designing that program to make sure all the quality standards and definitions and everything is followed. And what's called faculty, wait a minute, Quality Matters, I'm sorry, QM. Quality Matters is the rubric. Merlot is a different thing. quality matters. That's a rubric our schools follow in designing online education.
And so are we doing anything as a board to gather and massage and understand any data coming from that?
We track data, but the difficulty, Regent Markle, is that most students bounce. And so, you know, let's say the 120-hour curriculum, and that's 40 courses. They may take 10 hybrid, 14 online, and the rest of them in the classroom. So, you know, but we do not currently separate them out in any way and look at performance data.
I'm just wondering if now might not be a good time at the beginning of all this to create some kind of data structure so that we can start looking at this in the future and find out what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong.
Yeah,
So we
right now, we can identify by term which courses students are in that are either classroom, hybrid, or online. But when they graduate with a degree in biology, for instance, we can't tell what percentage, or was it totally online, or so on and so forth. So we would have to change our data system to try to capture that, which could be done, I guess.
Thank you, Regent Markle. And what I would ask is that at the staff get together and sort of work on his recommendations. I know you will, and I appreciate it. Is there any other business to come before Planning, Research, and Performance Committee? Before we adjourn, I know that January is Larry's last meeting, but if I have learned anything this year, it is that you should expect the unexpected. So in the event that I'm not able to be, I should be here, but in the event I'm not able to be, I wanted to take this opportunity to say that over the 4 years that I've been here, served as chairman and vice chairman of this committee, I have appreciated the education you have afforded me. Every time you sit at that table, every time I sit in your office, I learn something new that I didn't know before. And I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you for continuing to be my friend, even though we didn't always agree. I've appreciated that in you so much that it didn't matter if we didn't agree on an issue. We were still friends when we walked away, and I appreciate that. And then I just want to say this. If you look back on your life's work, which has been here, you have touched the lives. You won't ever be able to know how many lives you have touched through your work here. And we have been blessed to have you, so as a state. So with that, I think we'll adjourn here if there's a motion for that before we all cry. So do I have a motion for adjournment of this committee?
So moved.
Larry, you want to say something?
And it's good that, Claudia, that we both recognize the times we disagreed. I mean, it was clear. Thank you very much for those kind remarks. I'll tell my wife.
Okay, I think we stand adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Adley, and thank you, Dr. Tremblay. Next is the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, and that would be Regent Marty Chabert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They're telling me my microphone. Now, that's the first time somebody said I need a microphone to talk people to hear me.
We're live streaming.
Dr. Denby, can you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Regent Chabert?
Here.
Regent David?
Here.
Regent Adley?
Here.
Regent Kenny? Here. Regent Pryor? Regent Temple? Regent Wyatt? LCTCS representative? LSU representative? Southern University representative? University of Louisiana representative? Thank you. So we need one more member from the executive committee to have a quorum.
I will be that.
Thank you. Okay, now we have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Denby. First item on the agenda, and I want to say we can always count on Wayne. He just never misses. First item is the consent agenda. Dr. Denby, please present.
Yes, sir. The first slide is this list of main responsibilities for this committee, just for your information. The first item is the consent agenda. That has just the routine staff reports, the staff approvals, progress reports, and letters of intent and proposals in the queue. And senior staff recommends that the committee approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
Move by Regent Davids. Opposition? Any discussion? Hearing none.
Next item is letters of intent. We have 2 letters of intent. In the first one, LSU is asking to develop a proposal for a Bachelor of Arts. Become the School of Arts beginning path, degree path for all incoming students. After the second years, those who wish to use their portfolio developed during the first 2 years may apply to the Bachelor of Fine Arts program. The BA of Art would provide then 2 paths to graduation. One for those who qualify to continue in the professional BFA degree, and another for students who wish to combine a studio art base with a minor or dual major in another area of study. Peer feedback has been supportive. This degree concept will be a logical option for art students at the end of their sophomore year decision point. The second letter of intent is for a Bachelor of Science in Professional Pilot at UNO. UNO's intended professional pilot degree would include all of the courses and labs needed for FAA certifications and ratings as private pilot, instrument rating, commercial pilot certificate, and certified flight instructor. It will include a 14-course aviation core that covers everything from regular ground school to airport and crew management and human factors in aviation. Pilot training will be provided by the New Orleans Aerial Tours and Flight Training School, an FAA-approved Part 141 school that's only 10 minutes from the campus. Senior staff recommends that the board approve the letters of intent to develop proposals as described.
Thank you, Dr. Denby. I have got calls on the pilot program at UNO, and I always defer to my pilot friend, Mr. FFA, here on my right, Regent Barco, and he gave me, looks like he gave the seal of approval to it. Have any comment?
Absolutely. I would just, this is a great move, I think, both for the university and for the industry. The airline industry and aviation industry is in desperate need. I say desperate need of pilots. It's a good education. It's a good way for people to expand many of the sciences, because that's what a pilot learns. They learn weather, they learn physics, they learn aerodynamics, they learn space dynamics. It's a very good course. I would just ask that whoever is designing the course, and then the people here that review it, that there are some other good courses around the country in other universities, and it should be a course not only that teaches aviation, like a flight instructor or an instrument rating, but it should be an all-rounded course, in my opinion. And it should obviously concentrate on the sciences. But again, there's many criteria, many courses out there already, and I would suggest that we look at those courses already in existence and maybe try to emulate some of those. But this is a spectacular move for UNO. We all know it's right beside Lakefront Airport, perfect location, perfect addition to UNO's course. I recommend it.
Thank you, Regent Barco. Members, you've heard the recommendation of staff. I have a motion from Regent Kenny, second by Regent Davi. Any discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Dr. Denby, would you proceed?
Yes, sir. Next, we have 6 program proposals. The first is a Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity at Grambling State. GSU faculty have been busy over the year since the letter of intent was approved last December to develop a BS in cybersecurity. And we, staff, are pleased to recommend approval of their proposed degree today. Through a blend of computer science, technical cyber investigative skills, and policy and ethics courses, the BS in Security will blend foundational knowledge and comprehensive technical training in the latest techniques to develop professional capability in cyber and information security. Several courses have been developed and offered already, and others will be in place to begin program implementation next fall in 2019. The university has committed to hiring the faculty needed, and funding for startup and internships has been budgeted.
I'll continue on. Next is a proposal from LSU Alexandria to convert its existing Bachelor of General Studies concentration in kinesiology to a full standalone Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology. Additional course offerings will support the 3 concentrations in the program, which include health and fitness studies, sports management and administration, and health and physical education, which is a teacher certification program. LSU Alexandria faculty have put together a rigorous curriculum that builds on the existing BGS concentration with enough flexibility to support transfer students. The new program is expected to start with enrollment similar to the existing concentration, which currently graduates about 25 graduates per year, and expects to add 1 additional faculty member in year 2 of the program to accommodate the additional course offerings. Item 3 is a proposal from UL Monroe to establish a post-baccalaureate certificate in autism spectrum disorder. The 100% online program will meet a growing need for health professionals who are trained to care for individuals with autism and to provide support to the family members who care for them. ULM currently provides professional development in the area of autism care, and the institution has the support of area organizations and businesses for the proposed program. Item 4, the proposed graduate certificate in data analytics at UNO was developed in direct response to expressed needs of employers in the New Orleans region. 2 courses in data analytics will be the foundation of the program, with 2 additional applied courses in the high-demand areas of data science, management, statistical learning, and urban research. The 100% online program is expected to attract both existing UNO graduate students as well as regional workforce professionals.
Item 5 is a graduate certificate in cardiovascular nursing at University of Louisiana in Lafayette. ULL's proposed graduate certificate will be open to nurse practitioners and to students who are currently in a nurse practitioner program. It will provide advanced training in cardiovascular health and disease management. The 12-credit accelerated, primarily online curriculum can be completed in 6 months. It will include 3 courses of didactic study and 120 hours of clinical experience. Implementation would begin with 1 cohort per year, but it may be expanded if demand supports its expansion. The program will be offered by current faculty. And the last item is an OTD in occupational therapy at the University of Louisiana in Monroe. ULM developed the proposed Doctor of Occupational Therapy program in response to professional mandate by the accreditors for OTs to be increased to a doctoral level entry point by July 2027. ULM is one of 3 public institutions currently offering a Master of Occupational Therapy. The draft proposal was favorably reviewed by Dr. Melissa Sweetman, founding program director of the OTD program in Wingate University in North Carolina. The proposal included a clear plan for transitioning from the master's to the professional doctorate, allowing current students to complete the program they started as the new OTD cohorts begin. 3 new faculty will be added between 2020 and 2022, and costs of implementation will primarily be covered by tuition and fees. Before I go to the recommendation, I would just mention that, just as a review, that our recommendations for new academic programs are for conditional approval. That's because when a new program begins, we do ask for progress reports to monitor implementation and development until the new program has achieved viability in the number of graduates for at least 2 years. For these programs we've described, Oh, boy. Senior staff recommends that the committee grant conditional approval of the 6 proposed programs.
Chabert, I'd like to move approval of each and every one of those proposals.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussions, any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes, but before we go on to the next item, I would like to recognize someone who has just steadily worked so hard in our community, and we knew when he was hired that he would be a fighter that would not let go, and we've had many discussions and me telling my friend slow down, and he says, Chabert, we not made like that. And I agree with him. Dr. Rick Gallo, thank you so much. For the second year in a row, he was named best president of the HBCU system, and I've been fortunate to work with him for many years, and known him many years, call him my friend. But I know so many of you now are getting to know him, and let me tell you, he's not scared of anything. He's a tiger that will grab anything by the tail and take it in. So get ready for Rick Gallo. We are very pleased to have you in our system. Thank you.
Vice Chair Chabert, just to add to that,
Yes.
I just want to be clear in that people all over the state now are referring to the Grambling Renaissance. And that is a credit to Rick Gallo and his team.
Yes, we are. And when Mr. Lipsy, remember when we talked in Regent Chair Levy, when he came with the nursing program that a lot of people were skeptical about, he sat at that table and said, this will not fail. We will make sure. He brought in the right people, and it just means so much to be able to look back at his work ethic, the people he brought in, the people he surrounds himself with to make that university, put it back on the map the way it should be, and we just can't thank him enough. Regent Kenny?
Even though Bayou Classic is over, the school on this side of town took the W. I could definitely attest and say a lot of students from Grambling State definitely love their president, President Rick Gallo. He's the man of the people. Even though I don't attend Grambling State, I still be real connected with a lot of students from Grambling State, and they definitely enjoy your leadership. So thank you for leading all your students at Grambling State University.
I follow Regent and
The reason he's saying that, I believe Southern beat Grambling this year in football, so he's trying to be very nice, and they appreciate it.
Where I'm from, we grew up with the myth of the Rougarou. We used to call them the Rougarou, the Tikayu. I'm from Little Caillou. Chauvin, but the whole bay is Little Caillou, and in French it's called Tikayu, and it rhymed with Rougarou. So at our fairs and all, they always had a little mythical creature that was the Rougarou, and they said, I used to ask my grandpa when I was small, what's the Rougarou? He says, no matter where you go, the Rougarou is there. If you look, he's here. If you look, he's there. Kind of like Houdini, he pops up here. That's Rick. He's the North Louisiana Rougarou. No matter where you look, Rick Gallo is there. So thank you so much, Rick. All right, Dr. Denby, let's move on to the termination of the BS General Family and Consumer Science, Ed Nichols.
Yes, sir. We don't usually bring simple program terminations requested by the campus without any staff concerns to you outside of the consent agenda, but this one provides an opportunity to describe how programs evolve and change over the years. Until the early 1990s, most universities had schools of home economics, but they have been slowly eliminated or reorganized pretty much out of existence. The Nichols program in General Family and Consumer Sciences was one of the 3 remaining on the curriculum inventory. But in 2009, the department disbanded and the program was moved under the Department of Psychology. Under psychology, the curriculum evolved to include 18 hours of psychology in addition to courses in case management, lifespan development, and introductory counseling and interviewing skills, plus 500 hours of service learning where students gain experience with children, adolescents, and adults. With termination, the current iteration of the program will become a pre-counseling concentration within the Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, and Nichols will implement a teach-out plan for the students who are currently in the General Family and Consumer Sciences major. Senior staff recommends that you approve the request to terminate the Bachelor of Science in General Family and Consumer Sciences.
Members, you've heard the recommendation of staff, moved by Chair Lee, second by Regent Claudia Adley. Any oppositions? Any discussion? Here none, the motion carries. Next, we will move on to the Centers and Institute. Dr. Dender, would you please present?
Yeah, I'll take that over. All right, so we have 2 academic research units for your approval. The first is a request from UNO for approval to establish the new Urban Entrepreneurship and Policy Institute. The institute aims to serve as the regional and national hub for interdisciplinary research in the area of entrepreneurship in urban, low-income, and minority communities. UNO plans to build on the findings of this research to establish support systems such as small loans, mentorship programs, and business incubators, and to influence public policy aimed at supporting a variety of entrepreneurial activities in the New Orleans area. The second is the LSU Ethics Institute, which received conditional approval from the Board of Regents last year. The Ethics Institute aims to further incorporate ethics into the LSU curriculum through faculty training and to provide professional development and research in the area of professional ethics through partnerships with industry. Since initial approval, the Institute has established a teaching ethics workshop for faculty designed to support the addition of ethics to the curriculum, and the faculty research initiative known as the Moral Theory Project that aims to encourage faculty research collaboration across disciplines. Future plans for the Institute include the addition of a lecture series and the creation of student awards for research in ethics. In the interest of clarity, centers and institutes follow something similar to academic programs. They are typically approved for 1 conditional year where they may finalize agreements and funding, and that is what the Urban Entrepreneurship Institute at UNO is seeking, and the Ethics Institute has gone through that conditional period and is now seeking full approval. That said, senior staff recommend conditional 1-year approval of UNO's new Urban Entrepreneurship and Policy Institute and full approval of the LSU Ethics Institute.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Regent Seal?
A little background on what it is that centers and institutes do and how it is we classify those and why it is that we review and approve those.
Centers and institutes are considered research units. A center primarily does research, and an institute does research and some teaching. It is, they were established as Board of Regents recognized centers or institutes back in the around 1998 or so, I believe. And that was to make sure that units that were called centers or institutes on campuses were still viable and were still producing research. They're also primarily self-supporting units, and that's one of the things, by being a recognized Board of Regents center or institute, it helps them to seek outside external funding, grants and that sort of thing. Once it is fully approved or fully authorized as a center, every 5 years they come back for reauthorization. The main thing that does is allow them to tell you through the write-up what sort of accomplishments they have done. If they are not ready or unable to seek reauthorization, or if they are unable to be self-supporting or primarily self-supporting, then they usually ask to be terminated and taken off the list.
About how many of them do we have, roughly?
Roughly 40, I would say.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. They are listed on
Thank you, Regent
the web.
Regent Markham, you had a question?
I did. My memory serves me correctly. Didn't we approve an entrepreneurship program, was it LSU last year?
We did.
Academic program.
the Bachelors of Entrepreneurship. We do know how they are doing, do you? But I can't tell you.
Happy to find that for you.
I'm just wondering, you know, the issue of duplication.
This is,
And is this a duplicate of that, or is this different?
no, sir. That is a degree program that is pretty much interdisciplinary, pulls in students from all areas of the campus at LSU. This is a research institute. It will teach some entrepreneurship type classes or present some workshops, but its primary function is research on entrepreneurship and urban policy development.
And it,
I got one other question. Is there a difference between an urban entrepreneurship and a non-urban?
That's what we're really looking forward to seeing in the research. UNO is considered in an urban setting, and so there are a whole lot more people. We will see what sort of research they develop.
Okay, and what are they going to do with this research?
They will publish it and use it to help teach budding entrepreneurs throughout New Orleans on what seems to work and what does not seem to work.
Thank you, Regent Markle. Members, you've heard the recommendation of staff. We'll have a motion moved by Dr. Seville, second by Regent David. Any discussion? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion passes. Next, we're gonna move on to other business, and I think at this time, Dr. Denby, at Mr. Lips's request, we're gonna ask,
Well, Mr. Lipsy asked for a general update on Grambling's new Bachelor of Science in Nursing, which was approved last December 2017, to reinstate the university's undergraduate nursing program. So I have received information from the dean. Now, it was approved in December for implementation this fall, in September. Through the spring, the College of Nursing evaluated 130 students who were interested in the nursing program. 12 of those students were within 5 courses of completing all of the prerequisites. Nursing students have to show that they've completed almost all of the science prereqs before they can start into the clinical component. 5 of those 12 nurses went ahead and took the entrance exam, which Grambling has for their nursing program, and 4 entered the professional component this fall. That they were hoping for a max of 30 students for that. 4 qualified so far. However, as of November, another 263 students have been evaluated and advised for nursing, and they've received several inquiries for transfer into both the traditional nursing program, which is the BSN, and the RN to BSN program, which will begin in the summer of 2019. So it's going very well. We haven't asked for an official progress report from them until next fall, and by then, I'm sure more students will have met the qualifications to become full nursing students. So it's going well.
Thank you, thank you, Karen. That's exactly what I was asking.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the report, and I appreciate the effort that Grambling is putting into it, and continue hope for success for it.
before we adjourn, I would like to recognize somebody who this, I think, is gonna be his last meeting. I call him Dr. Seville. As a young man, I went to work for my dad as a unpaid, let me make that clear for the camera and everybody else who's listening. As an unpaid legislative assistant for many, many years, I walked the halls of the Capitol and had the pleasure of being with Mr. Wynn on a daily basis. He and T.J. Sabwa were shadows of Senator Orman Brinkhouse back in the time. And no matter where you saw him on any kind of education issue, he was there. I decided in 1996 not to run back for my Senate seat after working 4 years and really digging into education issues, especially higher ed. Because my dad had a saying, is like, you know, we like to frame auto mechanic. You either put money in education and educate people and get them a job, whether it be in the technical field or with a degree. And it's pay me now, pay me later, because if you don't educate them, you can pay either in the charity hospital system, the welfare system, prison system, somewhere. So I have kind of taken up that mantle through all my years. But in 1996, I said I didn't want to have anything to do with politics, and I wanted to go back to Chauvin, Louisiana, and run my business. But one Mother's Day in 1998, Governor Mike Foster called and said, I want to put you on the UL Board of Supervisors. I said, man, Mike, he said, look, you always had an interest, Alex. He said, we got a young fella there that's our commissioner named Bobby Jindal. Anyway, I went ahead and took him up on that, and the first guy that I got to sit next to was Dr. Seville. I call him again, Win Seville. And I remember one of my first meetings where I went to ask a question, and the commissioner, somebody said, we don't talk about that in public. And as you all know, I like to talk about things in public, not in private. And Dr. Seville said, y'all used to not talk about these things in private. You got a guy here now, but he has been a mentor to me throughout the years. He helped guide me through that UL system, and I know how much he cares and how much time he has devoted to his job on that. And I just want to let you know from the bottom of my heart and from the Board of Regents, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss your knowledge. We're going to miss your, and he doesn't miss. This man, rain, shine, sleet, or snow, he's always in that chair. And I want to give him a great deal of thanks before we adjourn this committee, because you've been. Thank you. Mr. Wynn, you want to say a goodbye or anything?
Well, enjoyed meeting with good people, some old friends in the legislature, senators and representatives who still here now. And all the others, chairman that served in this board, have treated me with kindness. I appreciate that. I especially appreciate the staff. That wonderful arrangements with the staff. And I want to welcome our commissioners that I worked with for quite some time too. I want to say how long, but not
Marty, I'd like to say something also.
Dennis?
No, when I was chairman of education, Wynn was one of the persons that I turned to at all times for information and guidance. He's been a great friend all of these years, and one for education, has done a great job. You'll be sorely missed in the system over there, Wynn. We appreciate everything you've done and being a friend also. Thank you.
I was also chairman of the House Education Committee and worked with Wynn and Chairman Tennyson. And every time you looked up Regent Chaubert, you're right, he was sitting there. He was there early. He stayed through some very long, boring meetings. He never gave up. And he always had positive things to say. I appreciated his positive attitude about everything. Whether he was losing or winning, he was positive, and I appreciate that one. We're going to miss him, I guarantee you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments, and with that, I'm going to entertain a motion from Dr. Seville, second by Regent Adley, to adjourn.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Wynn. Next is the statewide programs, and that would be Regent Seal. Please call your committee to order, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to call the statewide programs committee to order. And I'd like to ask Dr. Bucci to call the roll.
Chairman Seal. Here. Vice Chair Wyatt. Regent Adley.
Here.
Regent Chaubert.
He's here.
He's here.
Regent Lipsey. Regent McDonald.
Here.
Regent Pryor. And Regent Temple. We do have a quorum. We do. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bucci.
Certainly. We have two items, Regents, on for the consent agenda. Both of them are approval of exceptions. Item A is approval of exceptions to remain continuously enrolled and for students to be able to complete the required number of credit hours. Item B is an approval of an exception for a student to be able to earn a qualifying ACT score by the national test date of April in the year of high school graduation. In both of these instances, the documentation has been reviewed by the advisory board, the LASFA advisory board, and the advisory board recommends approval of both of these exceptions.
Lower number of exceptions than maybe we've seen in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It just varies by meeting.
Motion's been made to approve the consent item. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Dr. Ruby, will you present the financial literacy awareness item under our next item?
Yes, thank you. We wanted you to be aware of this, and Regent Lipsy, we thank you. Our folks are cheering you on from back. I've texted them. Some of them are watching for your kind remarks. We definitely experience firsthand every day the impact that direct student connections through small groups, individuals, working with students and parents, and the difference that that makes in students' lives. So we definitely appreciate the support. This, we wanted to just bring your attention to the financial literacy issue. These are, the first slide would be statistics that we've shared with you before that really just document the importance of financial literacy. Then the next thing we wanted you to know about was that our staff has teamed together to be able to develop a financial literacy program that is a year-long program that can be offered at institutions of higher education. So we wanted to let you know about the goals of that particular program, the types of sessions that are included and the topics in that particular program. And you can see that it is not just loan debt. It is maintaining progress, being able to balance checkbooks and finances, because we know that many times students drop out or stop out for financial reasons. And often students are one car breakdown away from not being able to continue school, and that those effects on them long-term are devastating. We are very, very proud to announce the partnerships, the two institutions that took us up on these programs first. The first one being Delgado and the second one being Baton Rouge Community College. So we are just showing you here pictures of sessions that our staffs conducted with both of those institutions. What is really novel, Delgado has taken like a three-pronged approach. They've allowed us to work with first-year students that are enrolled in the first-year experience. They've also allowed us to work with staff of their answer center where students call in for information. So our staff has trained the answer center staff as well as training students on financial literacy. And to me, the most impressive thing is our staff has been asked to train Delgado faculty. We had faculty of Delgado show up on a Saturday to be trained on financial literacy. So this is an extremely innovative and important approach, and we really want to commend these institutions for that level of cooperation. Baton Rouge Community College has taken the approach of lunch and learns such that we can work with the students in that manner. So again, wanted to put this on your radar screen and let you be aware that this is happening. Really from our experiences with working with students, hearing the feedback from students, and really keeping that student voice at the forefront, also seeing reasons with these exceptions. We see why students drop out, why students have difficulty. Again, the more those students have to work, the less time they have for their particular studies. We have students supporting parents, supporting grandparents, caring for family members that are ill because financial considerations don't allow another family member who's working full-time to do that. We see students that if they have to stop out and they leave school with no degree, we tell them it's like a pizza. Just because you finished it doesn't mean you didn't finish it. You still have to pay for it. So if you leave school, you don't have a degree. The federal government has a long reach and an even longer memory. So how do you pay back those student loans that you've accumulated when you don't have a sufficient job with sufficient income to do so. So from what we've seen, from what we've realized from students, our staff saw a need and came together to actually put the program together.
I want to know who came up with the lunch and learn. That's what I want to know, because, you know, had they had that when I was in school, I might be a doctor.
Actually, Baton Rouge Community College's financial aid director chose to use that strategy, and she actually is a LOSPA alumnus. She used to work for us in our scholarship and grants division.
Is there any other business to come before the statewide program?
No, sir, if you'll allow me the liberty to just share one piece of great news with you. The Start K-12 site launched today. So we want to commend our staff that's watching and listening. That was a lot of hard work, and that is up and running. So,
Any other business to come before the committee?
sir.
I really, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not, but back on our discussion in Performance Committee, we did have a very good discussion on how to move kids out of high school into college. And at this point in the game, I'm not talking about the other older students, and I realize it won't reach our 60% just to work on high school, but because of the education status of the state, I highly recommend that this committee with Swan and LOFSA get together with Matt and Uma, and I'd like to propose writing legislation giving additional funds, if appropriate, after the study, Chairman Levy and Chairman Seal, to LOFSA, whether it's $1, $2, or $5 million, whatever it takes in that range, write legislation for that we take to the legislature, giving you the additional boots on the ground to spread awareness in high schools throughout our state, how easy it is to go from high school to some form of secondary education. And I know you all do a marvelous job. I see the monthly report you send that one of your information person sends out, and it's remarkable what you do. But evidently, we're not doing enough. And I know it's because of resources. So I would like to go on record as requesting that. I have 6 members of the legislature that are willing to sponsor that legislation. And they're all very influential members of the legislature. And I think I see some of the $5 million requests at the last minute that we get around here. Well, I think whatever it takes to do this would have an incredible effect on what we as a board are trying to accomplish. In other words, let's do something instead of just talking about it. And I think this is doing something. So as a member of this committee, I would make a motion that Ms. Boutte, Dr. Boutte, and whomever from Chairman Levy, get with Uma and Matt, and let's adopt or present some legislation to be adopted. So, and you've got to fill in the numbers, and I'm sure it's not going to be an overnight study, but if it takes a couple of months, but as long as we have something to present to the legislature.
Have
so
the data.
I make that motion.
I second that, and then for discussion purposes only, somewhere we have to include the parental component because parents need to be made aware as well, not just the students.
I have no objection to that whatsoever.
They're part of our program now.
Let me make sure I understand what the motion is going forward. It is that this committee, working with others on staff, develop a proposal for legislation that would provide for additional boots on the ground implementation the recommendation that have been made. Is that?
That's, yes, sir, that's a fair summary.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any other discussion? What's your vote on that motion? All in favor of that committee, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That motion carries. Is there any other business to come before the statewide programs committee?
Mr. Harold doesn't have to get me anything for Christmas this year. He's happy.
All right, hearing none, is there a motion for adjournment? Move to adjourn and seconded?
Second.
And therefore we are.
Thank you, Regent Seal. We're running behind, and so we will take our lunch break, abbreviated lunch break now, and come back and start with our sponsored programs at 1 o'clock.
I was thinking of making a motion to that.
This is
That we eat.
so ordered.
Making a motion. Making a motion to do that.
Looks good to me.
Regent Levy. I'd like to call the sponsored program committee to order. Ms. Robinson, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Regent Markle?
Here.
Regent Perez is here. Regent Chabert? Is here. Regent David?
Here.
Regent Kenny?
Here.
Regent McDonald?
Here.
Regent Meyer is absent, and Regent Seal.
Here.
Have a quorum.
Great. Our first agenda item is the consent agenda. Ms. Robinson, please begin with a description of exactly what that is, please.
Actually, prior to the consent agenda, I would invite Mr. Mike Woods to come to the table to offer some public comments on agenda item 4.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Madam Commissioner, members of the Board of Regents, my name is Mike Woods. I come today as a member of the LSU Shreveport Foundation, the Bossier Parish Community College Foundation, and the University of Louisiana System Foundation Board to simply say thank you. And I know that's somewhat unusual when you work in higher ed, but I want to thank y'all for bringing the first-gen scholarships back up to the forefront. When they very first came out, because my mother was not able to go to college because her family didn't have the money, I sponsored a first-generation scholarship at LSU Shreveport in my father and mother's name. And since then, I have sponsored, with the help of the Board of Regents, 8 more first-generation scholarships. So I have 2 at LSU Shreveport, I have 2 at University of Louisiana Monroe, and I have 5 at Bossier Parish Community College. So thank you. When Commissioner Reed spoke at LSUS earlier in the year and talked about the need for first-generation students to come back, and y'all have reiterated that in some of your presentations today, I said we've got to go and thank the Board of Regents for bringing this back. So I'm here just to say thank you.
We don't, if I might, Mr. Markle, we don't usually have people come thank us, so that we're stumbling over our words, Mike, you know why. But I will tell to members that don't know Mr. Woods, what an extraordinary contributor he's been to education, higher education, all of education for the state of Louisiana. He is an extraordinarily successful, always kept his finger on the pulse of what the students need, what the communities need, what the workforce needs are, and served in so many grand capacities, Mike, chairman of virtually everything you touched, and did well. Mike never backed away from a fight. Always liked that. He would pick up controversial issues, and I liked that as well. But I will say, Mike, that it is your personal leadership, your personal integrity and character that stands out most of all. And through your generosity, through your vision, you single-handedly have helped higher education more than just about anybody I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, thank you too. Mike was the chairman of the board when I first got appointed to the UL deal, and I just want to echo what you have said. He's, number one, he's never backed down from a fight, but number 2, the involvement that he and his family has had throughout the years, not only LSU, through everything, and I wanted to personally say thank you, Mike. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
You don't know what Santa Claus used to do. He used to drive down here to Baton Rouge when he was on the UL board and was chairman on his Harley. It was so this beard doesn't surprise me a lick. No, sir, not a bit. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You ought to at least get a piece of pecan pie to take home with you.
Back to the consent agenda, please.
Yes, sir. The consent agenda has one item. It's a request for consolidation of 2 $1 million endowed chairs, which have been matched by the support fund, into a single $2 million chair from ULL, and the senior staff recommends approval of that item.
Okay, members, there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I hear a second? I got a second. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Our next agenda item is the statement of the Board of Regents Support Fund Endowed First Generation Undergraduate Scholarship Sub-Program.
Yes, sir. It's a mouthful. All right. This is the agenda item to which Mr. Woods was speaking. It is an an idea that came from a group of interested campuses and donors to reinstate a sub-program, matching sub-program of the support fund that we suspended in 2017 because of the severe financial exigencies in the support fund. Just to give you an idea of what the sub-program was and what it did, it provided endowed scholarships, which means a private contribution of $60,000 to a four-year campus, or $30,000 to a two-year campus to establish an endowed undergraduate scholarship, the proceeds from which fund would provide the scholarship funds to the student. We matched 186 slots at 23 campuses at all 5 of the systems, including Lakeview. Over the 10-year period this program was operative. We still have 24 slots that are pending match at 2 campuses. The slots provide, on an annual basis, a $1,000 scholarship for the student, and the campus is required, as its match, to provide a minimum of 10 hours per week of on-campus employment for the student. This is to help students who have challenges, both financial challenges and social challenges, to become embedded in the culture of the campus and to succeed in their studies. The program was suspended due to lack of demand. This program was never as popular as many of the other endowment matching programs in the support fund, and the expense relative to program benefits at a time that our budget had fallen by about 40%. The proposal to reinstitute actually is very generous to our financial constraints, and that's one of the reasons that we can consider it. The proposal is as follows. It would that enroll undergraduate students would be eligible for it. This includes 2- and 4-year campuses. It would be at the current professorships match rate, which is an 80% private donation to a 20% support fund match, so $100,000 for 4-year campuses in total and $50,000 for 2-year campuses. The campus would have flexibility to determine priorities. That means that a campus can solicit donors for undergraduate scholarships or professorships or both. We'll fund based on the rank order of those requests provided to us by the campus. The Board of Regents, with professorships, does not inform the campus of what is funded. It accepts the rank order that is provided by the campus, and that would still be the case in this change. Each eligible campus would be guaranteed 2 total matches per year, inclusive. We would retain the student eligibility, scholarship amounts, and campus provision of work requirements for those student scholarships. And this proposal was set forth to the Support Fund Planning Committee, which is comprised of membership from the 5 systems, including Lakeview, and it was approved for your consideration in October of 2018. So with that, the senior staff recommends approval of the reinstatement of the first-generation undergraduate scholarships sub-program as a component of endowed professorships, and this would begin in the upcoming fiscal year 1920.
Thank you, Carrie. There is a motion to approve the reinstatement. I've got a second on it. Is there any questions or discussions or a public comment?
I have public comment cards from Dr. Larry Clark, LSU Shreveport Chancellor, in favor of the recommendation, as well as Carrie Sullivan of the LSU Shreveport Foundation in support of the recommendation. And so I would like these to be part of the record of this.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Is there any other business to come before the committee?
No, sir.
Hearing none, there is a motion to adjourn. I hear a second. We are now adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Markle. Next is the nominating committee, and that would be Mr. Regent.
Thank you. I'd like to call the nominating committee to order and ask Dr. Subramanian to call the roll.
Regent Seal?
Here.
Regent Adley? Here. Regent David? Here. Regent Ewing? Here. Regent Meyer? 4 and a quorum.
So item 3 is the nomination for board officers for 2019. Would you please present the committee's nominees?
As you know, the nominating committee each year in December submits its recommendations for the 3 officers and the 4 non-officer members of the executive committee. And the slate of nominations from the nominating committee, here are the recommendations. Regent Chabert for chair, Regent Temple for vice chair, and Regent David for secretary.
Is there a motion to accept these nominations for board officers?
I move that they be accepted by acclamation in unanimity.
I'll make a motion.
With what? What is that? Unanimity?
Motion has been made,
We need a second.
and we need a second
Accept
for
it
that.
unanimously.
Oh, yeah.
He's not
Motion
on-
has been
he's
made.
not on the committee.
Unanimity, yeah.
Unanimity.
But David is.
I was there.
Excuse me,
Motion
sir.
has been made and seconded, and with
Regent
an
Marshall
additional
cannot
request for
make the-
unanimity.
Carolyn said Mr. Markle's not on the committee.
Yeah, we got a motion.
We got them. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Carolyn's doing it.
Opposed, nay, and that motion carries. Dr. Subramanian, would you present the nominations for the executive committee?
The 4 non-officer members that the nominating committee recommends are Regent Seal, Regent Adley, Regent Perez, and Regent Ewing.
For the committee members, is there a motion to accept the nominations for executive committee? It's been moved, and is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. And the motion carries. Uma, there's another nomination, please, for
Every other year, the Board of Regents has one appointment to the Proprietary School Advisory Commission. And Melanie Amrain has been the appointee of the Board of Regents to that commission for the last 2 years. And the nominating committee recommends Ms. Amrain to continue to serve on that committee.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve her on that committee? So moved. Been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries. There's no other business to come before the committee, so I'd ask for a motion to adjourn. Motion been made and seconded, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Seal. The next committee is the Personnel Committee, and that would be Regent Lipsey.
Thank you. I'd like to call, excuse me, the Personnel Committee meeting to order, and Mr. Jim, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Chair Lipsey.
Here.
Vice Chair Markle.
Here.
Regent Chabert. Regent David. Regent Mir. Regent Perez. We have 5 members present in the quorum.
The first item on our agenda is the evaluation process of the Commissioner of Higher Education. Jim, do you walk us through that process?
Yes, sir. Because this is a personnel item, the board is allowed to go into executive session pursuant revised statute 4216. Commissioner Reed has been given written notification of the executive session as required by revised statute 4217A1 and has agreed to allow the discussion to occur in executive session. As you know, no action can be taken in executive session, no voting, no polling conducted during this time. The executive session is for discussion purposes only. Also, because this is an executive session of the Personnel Committee, other members are invited to attend the meeting as well. So we need a 2/3 vote on a motion at this time to go into executive session.
So moved. Second. Any objection?
Doesn't it have to be roll call?
So we'll have a roll call vote. We need 2/3, and that would be Regent Lipsey.
Yes.
Regent Markle. Yes. Regent Chabert. Yes. Regent David. Regent Mir. Regent Perez. We have a 2/3 vote to go into executive session.
Thank you. We're going to executive session. Audience members, you may be seated because we've been on too long. The committee will meet in executive session in the Marbois room, and I would like to invite all members of the board to attend that session, and we will be back shortly.
Okay, that's the room right next door, this way. Please bring with you your red file.
It does. Terrence?
Regent Lipsy, at this time, we need a motion to come out of the executive session and resume our public agenda.
Thank you, Terrence. No action, no voting, no polling occurred during our executive session. At this time, do I have a motion to conclude our executive session and resume our public agenda? Moved, seconded. Any objection? We'll move on. Terrence, can you give us, please, call the roll one more time for a voice vote?
Yes, sir. Regent Lipsy?
Yes.
Regent Marco? Yes. Regent Chabert? Regent David? Regent Meir? Regent Perez? We have 4 members present, and we are out of executive session.
Thank you, Terrence. Thank you, members. We did discuss the commissioner's performance using a self-evaluation that she provided to us earlier this week, following guidelines that were given to her by our chairman, Chairman Levy, for her self-evaluation. And I think at this time, Chairman Levy will provide some public comments on those discussions.
Thank you for your efforts on this regard, Richard. Commissioner Reed has been employed by the Board of Regents for only 6 months. Seems like a lot longer, but wonderful 6 months. In order to get us on an annual schedule of evaluating the commissioner each December, she agreed when she was hired to participate in a performance review at the 6-month mark. She and the board at that time agreed that this exercise would be a great opportunity to reflect on her accomplishments and provide immediate feedback on her job to date. Dr. Reed has provided to us a self-evaluation which included 6 key areas of focus, including leadership, innovation, management and coordination, culture, communication, and staff development. I can say on behalf of the board and personally that Dr. Reed has done outstanding work on our behalf in each of these categories. We knew back 6 months ago when we hired her that she was going to be something special. And she is and has been for 6 months. We know that her reputation has been borne out as an exceptional leader, as a visionary, and as a person who understands and lives and breathes higher education. She's a high-energy leader who has accomplished an unprecedented amount during the very short period of time that she's worked here. And for that, we are thankful. Dr. Reed is not only driven, she is a visionary that has provided the board her thoughts for moving this agency forward. And we are 100% on the path to success. Dr. Reed, on behalf of the entire board, collectively and individually, as you heard, we want to thank you for a job well done and to be done. You have exceeded our expectations in all areas by leaps and bounds. We are honored that you decided to come back home to Louisiana to serve the students, to serve our state, and have done so in such an excellent manner. Thank you on behalf of each and every one of you. Thank you on behalf of the state, Dr. Reed. Mr. Lipsy.
Thank you, Chairman Levy. Commissioner, I would just like, just very briefly to add that as a retiring board member, how much I appreciate what you have done, your self-evaluation and the changes that have been made and have all been for good in the last 6 months. And I think we have a great board, and it's just no question in my mind that you are making the board even greater with your leadership, your innovation, your vision, and I cannot tell you how much I have enjoyed the short period of time, although I knew you before you left, just to see I can see what you're going to accomplish in the next few years, and it really excites me. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Are there any other comments before we can adjourn this meeting? I'd like the Personnel Committee now to approve the evaluation of the Commissioner of Higher Education. Do I have a motion? Moved and seconded. Any objection? The motion passes. Is there any other business to come before this meeting? I would just pass on lastly to those in attendance here today that in our meeting with Dr. Reed, the board members, without exception, gave absolutely wonderful, encouraging comments to Dr. Reed, and that was very, very satisfying as a board member. Hearing none, we've had the motion to adjourn and seconded, so this Personnel Committee now stands adjourned.
Thank you, Regent. Thank you, sir. We now call the Board of Regents December meeting to order. Carolyn, please call the roll.
Regent Adley?
Yes.
Here. Regent Chabert?
Here.
Regent David?
Here.
Regent Ewing?
Here.
Regent Kenny?
Here.
Regent Levy?
Here.
Regent Lipsy?
Here.
Regent Markle?
Here.
Regent McDonald? Here. Regent Meyer is absent. Regent Perez? Here. Regent Pryor is absent. Regent Seal?
Here.
Regent Temple is absent. Regent Tennyson? And Regent Wyatt is absent. We do have a quorum.
You. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've done in the past, well, let's get the minutes of the previous meeting. Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes of the October meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any objection? That motion passes. Thank you, folks, for coming last night. These are my comments. Thank you for coming last night. Thank you for those who set it up. It was wonderful. It was a great way for us to conclude the year and to prepare for today. We had the opportunity last night to thank, and I wish to do that again, Regent Lipsy and Regent Markle for their enormously grand service to our board and to the state. These are men that could do anything with their time and elected to share it with us, to bring their expertise, to bring their hearts, to bring their minds, to bring their thoughts to improving the state. And very few people know, except those who serve, how much time and effort goes into this job. And Ed and Richard have never hesitated, never said no to any request made by this board to become engaged, to pose the hard questions, to ask the staff hard questions. We couldn't have asked for two better board members, quite honestly. Darren Meyer is not here, but the same goes for him. Darren has been asked by the governor to continue doing some important work down in New Orleans, and we will certainly miss him. We appreciate to all of them your contributions to higher education and to our board. Richard and Ed, thank you. Next month, we anticipate to have heard about the new appointments to replace those that are retiring, and we'll be installing our new officers, the slate of which everybody heard earlier. More from all of that next month. I wish each and every one of you a happy holiday and a full season of joy. I hope and look forward to next year and bring with it the promise or suggestion, let's say promise, of a reinvestment in higher education.
Great.
We'll hold them to the promise. And the new chairman, that's your job to enforce the reinvestment issue. Continue our support for our educational attainment goal. It's about the students. It's about the state. It's about changing lives, changing the future. We change the future starting today. And Goldberg Commissioner, of course, will lead us in that direction. Let me also mention, I had asked Carolyn, for those who have not completed their ethics chore, that's due. Charlie, I think, have you done yours? There's a few of us that might not have done it, but it needs to be done. You haven't, son? You done it? Carolyn, if you would.
It is.
Pardon me?
Early bird, she did it in June.
June. Wow. Carolyn, if you would be so kind as to send a text message to any of those that have yet to do it, since we don't want to get caught up too much in the holiday season and forget to do it. All right, thank you. Now, we will have the committee reports and recommendations. We'll take up all the committee reports together if there's no opposition to that. However, anyone who wishes to take up any of the committee reports separately, please speak now. Otherwise, we will consider them collectively. Is there a second? Second. Any opposition? Hearing none, that motion to approve all committee recommendations from today's committee meetings are passed. Reports and recommendation by the Commissioner of Higher Education.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I will be brief, but I did want to hit some of the highlights that reflect some of the amazing work that our staff and the board has been doing. Again, this power to convene. As you know, when the governor came to address us, he established a workforce and education sub-cabinet meeting. I want to report to you we've met twice. And to have the cabinet secretaries at the table to talk about the synergy between our work and the connectivity in our work is very important. And yesterday we met and we talked about the supply side, our human capital individuals that we're serving. And so when I think about this work, I celebrate the 40,000 students that we graduate and that K-12 graduates, but then I'm concerned when I hear from corrections that there are 33,000 individuals in prisons and jails with an eighth grade learning level. In juvenile justice, you know, almost 6,000 students with a 3rd or 4th grade reading level, and conversations about healthcare and education and the interconnection of our challenges and our opportunities. So we see this as a real place for us to think about this talent development and this attainment goal and how to do this good work. And so I'm happy to report to you that we've had 2 meetings. We will meet again in January and February and look forward to reporting out to all of you about that work. And thanks to the governor for appointing this sub-cabinet to allow us to convene important conversations. I want to thank Terrence and Chris Herring, and of course, Secretary at the Department of Transportation and Highway Safety for putting together the first facility summit focused on safety of our students and our campuses. All of our facilities, leadership across the state of all of our institutions were invited. I think this was our 4-year institutions, Terrence, yes, and we'll do one for our 2-year institutions. But when I visited Southeastern, they said to me, we had a student who was crossing 6 lanes of traffic and was hit and killed. The next day, we had students again texting and walking across traffic, and the next day as well. And so the conversation was, how are our students safe? So this was a great conversation. DOTD brought their leadership from each region so that the campus person could make contact with the DOTD person for their region and make a match and go forward and have conversations. And I know Terrence will be updating us as we continue this work. But again, trying to bring together parties to solve challenges that would impact our student safety and our student success. So more to come on that. Our HBCU Advisory Council has had 2 meetings as well. We're continuing to work with public and private HBCUs. This is legislation that sits at the Board of Regents, and we're working on everything from education to the narrative to making sure that we're lifting the asset that is our HBCUs and talking about programs and policies. And so we'll be continuing that work and sharing with you the impact of that as well. We participated in National STEM Day. As you know, the STEM Council also sits with the Board of Regents, and so this was a visit to one of the schools right outside of New Orleans on STEM Day, International STEM Day. I met with students, and I got to visit with some of the STEM leadership. Kevin Mackey is there and some others. and talked about really what do we have to do intentionally to build new STEM leaders in our state. And it was a great conversation. The students took me through a lot of experiments and shared a lot of good information with me as well. I have visited, as you know, 26 of our 32 institutions. I will round out that in the new year. I like to go when the students are on campus. So I'll take a hiatus because they are away from the campus, as Regent Kenny knows, taking their fall break or their holiday break. But then I'll ramp back up and be back on the campus. One of the visits we had was to Nunez, and they had a ribbon cutting for their food pantry on the day that I was there. And as you all know, food and housing insecurity is a real issue and a barrier to student success on college campuses. So they reported 50 to 60% of their students have said they've been food insecure at some point in their academic journey. So they had a fantastic food pantry. Our staff have been raising money and also bringing in food donations to support food pantries for higher education in Louisiana. So I'm so proud of our staff, but you see there conversations I've had with students and leadership across the state, which has been very helpful for me in terms of understanding the priorities of our work. Commencement, you know, so exciting to be there.
Graduated.
I know, right? So excited. I got a chance to be at Southeastern. I'll be at LSUE this week, and then Virginia College, I will be there as well. They are closing their doors, as you know. Their legislative delegation was trying to ensure that they had a commencement even though their institution has closed. And so they called and asked, would we be there to support those students? And we said absolutely. And we also, are, of course, as you heard from Larry, are trying to help connect those students to finish their degrees, those that are still in the process. So those are coming soon, and I'll look forward to reporting out on those. It's always fun to celebrate those great students. In terms of staff, we've been doing a lot of staff professional development. We're doing lunch and learns. These are two different ones, but each month or two, the staff bring forward an idea or a topic that they want to share, and so they present and we listen. And we've done ethics training. We've had the IT staff share some smart boards and new technology, and it's just a good way for us to learn together and to reinforce the importance of learning as part of our journey at the Board of Regents. It's also the season of giving at the Board of Regents. And so one of the things that we did recently was a sock drive. There was an article in the paper that said socks are the highest item of request for the homeless and least likely to be donated. And within, I think, 24 or 48 hours, our staff donated over 200 socks to one of the agencies in Baton Rouge, and they were blown away and so excited about that. So I can't say enough about how generous the staff is and how important it is for us to try to support things that we see where we can make a difference. And then, of course, it's the holidays. So we're having a wonderful holiday party and lots of fun. You see Marty Shawbear there reading The Cajun Night Before Christmas. He said a real Cajun has to read The Cajun Night Before Christmas. And then you see the senior staff. And then if you come up to our office, we have a Christmas tree that head elf Meg Casper Sundstrom put together, but it has ornaments from all of the campuses. And so we have all the different campus ornaments, photos of students on our tree, and just so excited about the work. And so on behalf of our staff, we are so excited about the work. And we thank each of you for the opportunity. I thank each of you for the opportunity to be here, and certainly that concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Next is other business, item 8. Have you received a new calendar? Get it on your iPhones, iPads, or wall calendars if you still use those. I do. January 14th, the next meeting, we'll install the officers. The details of that meeting will be mailed to you, of course. Lastly, I want to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. And if there's no other business, is there a motion to adjourn? All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.